Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting this Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. The public is encouraged and welcomed to address the school board at the hearing of citizens. Once the hearing of citizens begins, no more cards will be collected. I will call you forward at the appropriate time. Today, our student representative is Ellie Liang from Riverview High School and will lead us in the pledge. The Riverview High School JROTC cadets will present the colors. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Forward, arms, left, face, forward, march.
For this evening's arts highlights, we are featuring Booker Middle School. Before the meeting, you enjoyed artwork from Booker Middle's Fine Art and Digital Design programs. Thank you to teachers Tessa Booth and Stephanie Richert for putting these wonderful images together. Now we will feature a performance entitled The Deeper Side, performed for you by three sixth-grade Booker Middle School VPA dancers. The dancers are Anna Abrahamson, Nora Howland, and Novelle Park Francis. Their teacher is Pedro Batista and proud principal Dr. LaShawn Frost. The dancers have choreographed this piece themselves and say, while exploring friendship through movement, we have experienced that friendship isn't about who you've known the longest. It's about who walked and danced into your life, said to you, we're here for you, and proved it. Please welcome our dancers. a standing ovation. Thank you to our wonderful dancers. Let's give them one more round of applause. We are so fortunate in Sarasota County Schools for our visual and performing arts programs, and very blessed to have the leadership at our VPA programs, our Booker Middle School, High School, and Emma E. Booker Elementary. And thank you to our quality teachers and our district leadership. We appreciate you as a board very much, and love the message and the dance and the performance. Thank you. Our student representative today, again, is Ellie Liang from Riverview High School. Welcome, Ellie. It is nice for you to join us as the student representative. Please tell us a little bit more about you.
Okay. Hi, I am Ellie Liang, a senior at Riverview High School enrolled in the International Baccalaureate Career-Related Program, IBCP for short, for business and finance. This pathway has allowed me to take classes to better understand this career while gaining college credit. Luckily for me, I intend to continue in business and finance in college, so this program has gave me a head start into my adulthood and life outside of high school. I want to thank my interest for business and finance primarily to my teachers. If it weren't for my teachers, I wouldn't have enjoyed these classes and or understood how they apply to the real world. Because the curriculum is highly relevant, I find that business and finance to be incredibly engaging subjects in school. I have also participated in many clubs throughout my high school career in which I had the opportunity to be active in my community. For example, I have volunteered for many Faces Autism events where we get to host fun events for children who are autistic. These events are not only fun and engaging for the kids, but they are also fun for the volunteers as we get to personally know every child. I also partake in 2 honor societies here at Riverview, Rho Kappa, which is a history honor society, and National Honor Society. Both honor societies have pivotal roles in honesty and integrity. As to be a part of the honor society, you have to be honest and be a part of some physical activism. Besides the academic realm, I was on the Riverview girls varsity golf team for my junior and senior year athletics. Athletics is really important to me as it became an outlet where I could demonstrate my competitive nature and has taught me accountability skills. Golf, though played on a school team, is a solo sport. Needless to say, I learned how to be accountable for myself by putting in the effort and practice to better my game. Creating a self-disciplined routine is a lesson that I will continue to implement in all areas of my life. I have shared a little bit about my time at Riverview and as me as a person. I want to thank you for your time and the principal, Mrs. Erin Hoy, for giving me the opportunity to voice my perspective as a student at Riverview High School.
Ms. Ellie Liang, we would like to thank you for serving as our student representative and present you with a certificate of appreciation. We wish you the best of luck in the future, and I'd like to add you are one very impressive young lady, and we are proud to have you join us on the dais. The first special presentation tonight is to recognize the student athletes from Riverview and Sarasota High Schools. I would like to invite Mr. James Slayton to the podium to begin the recognitions.
Thank you. We have come together to recognize the amazing state championship accomplishments of the 4-time consecutive Sarasota High boys swim team and the 3 consecutive state champion Riverview High girls swim team, along with Venice High championship volleyball coach Brian Wheatley. I'd like to thank Superintendent Connor, the school board, Mr. Duggan, student representative, for realizing the importance of recognizing these great accomplishments by our district athletic teams, students, and coaches. These fine Sarasota and Riverview athletes exhibit the very characteristics that our district desires from all of our student athletes, and that is to be the best citizens, students, and athletes they can possibly be. I want to thank Sarasota High School Principal Ryan Chase, Athletic Director BJ Ivy, Assistant Principal Robin Livingston for all of their support and efforts to make Sarasota High athletics great. At this time, we're going to recognize Sarasota High boys swim team, and doing that will be Sarasota High coach Andrew Eckhart, who was the state coach of the year.
I'm going to take a moment and introduce each one of the athletes that are here today and then talk a little bit about the teams. First up is Casey Ayton. Next is Elias Korn. Victor Izquierdo. Jackson Irwin. Daniel Keegan. Alex Milage. Andrew Milage. Ethan Uwe. Toby Schwank. Henry Shoemaker. Aiden Sires. Lucas Simon. And Bogdan Zeverev. And 2 young men that weren't able to be here with us this evening, Jorge Guzman and Colin Jacobs. Yeah. All right, so before I jump into a little bit about the team, I just wanted to take a moment and thank not only the school board, but also the county athletic department, the Sarasota High athletic department, and all the families that have been a huge part of this team's success over the past several years here. This team is probably the definition of a true team effort. They only won the state meet by 20 points, and I know that sounds like a lot, but at that meet, the first place team scored over 200 points, and the second place team scored over 200 points. In an individual race, actually, if you win it, is 20 points, and if you win a relay, which is 4 athletes working together, that's worth 40 points. So 20 points is really not that much. That's like winning a football game by 3 points or less, or winning a basketball game kind of on a buzzer beater. So it was a very close meet, a lot of back and forth with that second place team, and that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have 15 great athletes and everybody playing their part and scoring some points for the team along the way. Sorry, with that being said, along the way, we had a second Pete in the 200 medley relay, which is each one of the athletes swimming a different discipline of a stroke altogether. And they were actually All-Americans again this year for the second year in a row, as well as state champions. We had one individual state champion winner, Aiden Sires, in the 200 individual medley. And actually this year we have 8 seniors graduating. So I know last year I talked about how we had a lot of seniors graduating and some big points kind of walking out the door and moving on. This year it's even more so. Two of our seniors, one, Elias Korn, is actually going to Loyola in Maryland, excuse me. And then Casey Ayton is actually committed to studying and swimming at the Naval Academy. He actually just received his appointment right before the holidays, so that was a pretty fun and exciting early Christmas gift for him. I know he and his family are very excited because both of his parents are actually former Navy military as well. So very, what's that? Sorry, Dad was Coast Guard. My mistake. Mom is very excited. Dad might be a little disappointed. So sorry about that. Very excited to hear where our other 6 athletes are going. I know some of them are still in the process of figuring out what school is best for them to study and compete at. So definitely looking forward to see where they're signing on the signing days to come. And like I said before, I know I said last year standing here that this would be a very tough year coming into this year because of how many seniors we had graduating and really looking for these guys to step up. But these young men did it again this year. They stepped up, huge team effort. So excited to see what happens in the future. So thank you, boys.
School board, if you could come down.
Going down. Yes. Been overruled.
Like you should kind of, from the middle, face each other, kind of turn sideways and squeeze together a little more and stay on. That's like you guys. School board members, if I can't see you, you can't see the camera. All right, thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to recognize a 3 straight state champion girls swimming team from Riverview High School. I would like to thank Riverview High Principal Aaron Hoy, Athletic Director Rod Dragish, and Assistant Principal over Athletics Jay Lorenz for all their support and efforts to make Riverview High Athletics great. At this time, we're going to have State Girls Swimming Coach of the Year, John Bruning, to speak.
Hello, good evening. I'd like to thank the school board. I'd like to thank our administration and our athletic department at Riverview High School. This is a privilege to work with such an amazing group of athletes and students, and they make me look good, so I appreciate everything that they do. I'd like to bring up all of our individual state champions, or excuse me, our state championship competitors. Carmen Bunt. Nella Duty. Gabriela Gonzalez. Riley Leach. Angelina Lista. Claudia Novikowski. Jessica Roby. Taylor Schwenk. We also have a few girls who, if you know anything about swimming, it's a year-round sport, and we have some girls that are traveling with the United States Swimming. who are unable to be here. We also have a couple girls who, unfortunately, it's flu season and they are sick. So I'd like to just recognize them by calling their name. Peyton Ross. Bryn Lavigueur. Gracie Wyatt. Isa Cardenas. Layla Chance. Bree Deerline. Lolly Milbaum. And Addison Sawicki. So as my compatriot Andrew mentioned, it's a very interesting to navigate the high school season. This is our third year winning the state championship for FHSAA, and as I mentioned, it's a humbling experience to work with these athletes. I'd just like to point out a couple highlights. We were district champs, we were region champs, and we were state champs. That's the second year in a row that we've won all three meets. Last year we actually tied the most points in FHSAA history for the 4A state, and this year we actually surpassed that point total by 51 points. So it was quite the performance. We had individual state champions, and Addison Sawicki was 200 freestyle champion and 100 freestyle individual state champion. Gracie Wyatt was 200 individual medley state champion and 100 breaststroke state champion, and that's actually the fourth year in a row that Gracie won the state championship, which is that's rare air for somebody to win the state championship 4 years in a row in the same event. Gracie also was the FHSAA, the Florida State Swimmer of the Year, and she'll be attending University of Florida. Our final individual state champion was Taylor Schwenk in the 100 backstroke. In addition to the girls I just mentioned, we actually had 8 girls finish top 3 individually at the state meet, which is impressive all in and of itself. Our girls won the 400 freestyle relay, and we also won the 200 medley relay. And our 200 medley relay, the team of Taylor Schwenk, Gracie Wyatt, Addison Sawicki, and Angelina Lista broke the FHSA state record. Thank you.
Outstanding. Let's give them one more round of applause. Their coaches, their schools, and their parents. Thank you.
All right, and then last but certainly not least, I want to thank Venice High School Principal Zoltan Koresli, AD Pete Dombrowski, and Assistant Principal over Athletics Mike Rainey for all they do to make Venice High athletics great. And at this time, we've got a special presentation. We have Venice High girls volleyball coach Brian Wheatley, who I have the privilege, I also call him a fellow alum at Auburn University, the Auburn University, greatest school in the country. And we learned a lot of our big things about athletics from the Plains. And Brian was selected as the AVCA, American Volleyball Coaches Association, 2023 National Coach of the Year. And just a little bit about Brian before we come up and get a picture. He's been at Venice High for 30 years teaching and coaching. He has a career record of 721 and 203. He's a 6-time state champion coach. a two-time state runner-up. He has 14 appearances in the Final Four. He's a 28-time district champion. Prior to him coming to Venice, they had never won a district championship. 22 of those in a row. Two-time academic state champions. He's been the class coach of the year for his class 4 times. He's been the state coach of the year 1 time. He's been the Herald Tribune coach of the year 14 times. He is the USA Volleyball Hall of Fame, one of 3 FHSAA Sarasota County Hall of Famers. And he has helped over 100+ girls receive volleyball scholarships. And he doesn't look this old, but he's been there a long, long time. Let's give a round welcome for Brian Wheatley.
Well, that was impressive. We are very fortunate to have the Wheatleys, Coach Wheatley and Principal Wheatley in our district. Thank you. SCS Cares recipients. The SCS Cares program was developed to allow parents, staff, students, and community members the opportunity to recognize any employee who goes above and beyond during their workday. Craig Maniglia, Director of Communications, is with us today to tell us a little bit more about the program.
Thank you. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent, Mr. Duggan, and Ms. Liang. I think the last time I saw you was on a golf course. I apologize. I didn't recognize you. Like Mrs. Rose has said, the SCS Cares program was an opportunity for parents, staff, anybody in the community really to recognize the outstanding contributions that our employees make on a daily, almost every day. So as a result, these folks go above and beyond, and they need to be recognized. So what we've done here is we set up a program here, and this is the first year of its completion. So in the first year, these are the first 11 recipients. We don't do this in the summer for obvious reasons. So what I'm going to do is step through this PowerPoint presentation real quick. It's fairly short. And talk a little bit about SCS Cares. So it stands for a positive culture, excellence in academics, engaging relationship, enriching experiences for all of our students. And it's very easy to submit a CARES. It's on our website. You go to the website and you type in SCS Cares, and it brings you to the submission page, which you see here. It takes literally 5 minutes. They're posted online, and an email is not only sent to the person who received the CARES, but it also goes to their supervisor and their supervisor's supervisor. So it has a lot of legs and a lot of opportunity for supervisors above them, 2 levels, to actually recognize them for their great deeds. We have a panel that gets together each month and reads all the submissions. This year we had just under 700 submissions in this first year. So that's pretty amazing that we had that many submissions. And we have Lisa Wagoner here. Lisa, stand up real quick. She runs this program for me out of communications and does just a bang-up job. So all the submissions live in perpetuity on the website, and each month the selections picture takes over for that month. So I'm going to play a short video for you here just to kind of encapsulate what happened.
In the last year, our SCS Cares program has highlighted extraordinary stories throughout the district, demonstrating the unwavering commitment of our employees who go above and beyond in everything they do. From dedicating personal time to mentoring, providing support to students navigating challenging situations outside the classroom, orchestrating the donation of a bicycle for a student who relied on it for transportation, ensuring retired SCS employees receive ongoing support even 15 years later, to even saving someone's life. Their acts of kindness have not only touched lives, but have also left a lasting impact across our community. These SCS Cares nominees are a testament of the exceptional individuals within our district who embody the spirit of compassion to support every student, every day.
Okay, so now I'm going to call up the individuals who won. Not all of them can be here tonight, but their supervisor, their principal, or their chief is here, and they could come up in their place or with them. We'll take a picture after. So we'll start with Gavin Mays from Tatum Ridge. Jessica Seltzer. Stephen Roy and Michelle Hughes and Claire Edwards. Stephen's here today. Kenneth Carter, Sarasota High. Sally Frank and our wreckage retention. Russell Dennison, Transportation Services. Katie Shaver, Toledo Blade Elementary. And Robin Frost, Laurel Nokomis. Patricia Van Fleet from Glen Allen Elementary. Diane McShane and Jennifer Wolf from Transportation Services. And Sarah Woods from Food Nutrition Services. So in addition to these folks making such a great impression on not only our students, but our staff and working so hard, they receive a certificate. Each one received a certificate. The chief from their designated area, along with the chief of staff, myself, the superintendent, and others show up to celebrate them at their place of work. And they receive a plaque like this that they can keep, along with a pin. And you may think that that's insignificant, but there's only 11 people that have this pin this year. So that's really our state championship with our employees. You were the first one, why don't you hold these?
Good job, congratulations.
How are you?
Moving on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a wonderful night it has been so far, getting to celebrate our students and our staff for the outstanding contributions that they are continually making here in our district. Happy New Year to everyone. This is our first meeting since we've come back. I will say it felt like an actual break. It was good. Even my kids told me, Dad, I think I'm ready to go back to school, and that is an accomplishment there. So I want to begin tonight by sharing the consent agenda highlights. We have 20 revised policies that we are bringing forth that are on our consent agenda tonight. The board has taken thoughtful consideration of these policies through our workshop, and they will be approved as revised on our consent agenda. As you know, yesterday we celebrated the life and the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King on January 15th, and we honored his life and all the contributions that he has made, and I hope that you were able to have a day of service, and the board and myself partook in a great celebration of that, and we thank Dr. Martin Luther King and his legacy. We want to congratulate publicly one more time, our Sarasota County Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to Ronique Major, a fifth grade teacher at Emma E. Booker Elementary, for being named our county's Teacher of the Year. Ronique also will be serving as a nominee for State Teacher of the Year, which I am feeling really confident she's got a great chance of representing the state of Florida. We also, over the course of the last month, it has been about a month since the last time we were together, a little over that actually, and we do have 2 new principals that have joined the ranks here, and we want to celebrate Miss Holly Brody at Brentwood Elementary, who has taken over from assistant principal to principal. And we were able to snag us a great steal from Charlotte County with Miss Natasha Forbes, who is now the principal of Lamarck Elementary. Congratulations, and we look forward to the great work that they will be doing. We want to recognize the 2023 Model School recipients of the Florida PBIS Award. So we proudly announce the distinction of 33 of our schools that have the Florida Positive Behavioral Intervention and Support Project Model Schools for our academic year. Among these are 21 schools that achieved the bronze level, 9 earned silver, 1 secured gold, and 2 attained the platinum designations. Most notably, we extend a special recognition to Booker High School, Laurel Nokomis, Sarasota High, Southside Elementary for achieving the Model School Award for the first time this year. Want to give just one more opportunity to share that we will be having our ESE Parent Learning Opportunity centered on the topic of gifted eligibility and gifted magnet school process tomorrow, Wednesday, January 17th at 10 a.m. or at 5:30 p.m. We do have a link here on the screen, but also you can go to our website to get that information. And I do want to take a moment. Today marks actually 6 months since I began here in Sarasota County, and we are, I know we've had a long break, and I was able to reach 100 days back in December and now have the opportunity to share a little bit about that. So I'm going to go as quickly as I can because I know I don't want to bore you too much. So I need probably some assistance because it doesn't look like I can click the link. So if I can get Craig. Doesn't look like it's working here. Or maybe I need to get a computer.
Once I go here, you should be able to do it.
All right, let's see.
But you did something at the same time as I did.
Okay.
See if you can control that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. So we set out on July 17th with an ambitious transition plan over the first 100 days to accomplish over 100 initiatives that I set out to really learn as much as I can about the organization to set us up for success on the trajectory moving forward. Very ambitious in the goals of, as you can see on the screen, to build trust and relationships, which is so very important when you're talking about an organization from the top down, is making sure that we have a long-lasting, fruitful relationships that are built on trust so that we can accomplish our goals hand-in-hand in collaboration. In terms of other goals, making sure that we had an efficient and successful transition into the district and into the role of superintendent, gaining an understanding of the community, learning about its history, its norms, its traditions, assessing the strengths, opportunities, and challenges, and designing plans around how to align our resources to meet the needs of all of our stakeholders, and to also create the excitement and the enthusiasm about our future, our mission or vision of making sure that we are focused on every student every day. The plan itself was centered around the acronym LEAD, Listen, Explore, Analyze, and Deliver, and those were phased out over the first 100 days of, as you can see here. So listening, obviously, just consisting of as many opportunities to get out and about, to listen, to hear from people in large groups and small groups and one-on-ones and having those conversations. Exploring all of the infrastructure, our policies, procedures, protocols, all of those things that exist within a system in an organization such as Sarasota County Schools, and then analyzing what was the data telling us, looking at data and synthesizing all of that to then begin to conceptualize initiatives that we can deliver on our promise of educating all of our students. It was focused on 4 areas: academic excellence, making sure that we have the infrastructure for a supportive environment, how we're engaging our stakeholders internally and externally, and then, of course, we always kind of leave operations in the backfield, but they are such a critical part of that stool of education, right? We always say we focus on academics, but without finance and budget and HR and operations, this system doesn't work. And so we took a deep dive into each of those aspects. In the first 100 days, there was many quick wins we were able to establish. I want to thank this board for giving me the latitude to engage in the process and to empowering me to do what's necessary to accelerate this progress. And that included coming in day 2, actually. We had a board meeting and allowing me to restructure, to look at possibilities of opening up some positions that we could establish an Office of Professional Learning, combine that with our leadership development, establish an Office of Strategic Engagement. We created the Chief of Staff role. We took the old Chief of Secondary and we created the Chief of Middle Schools and High Schools. We established a Government Affairs Office. We've already reviewed at this point over 330 policies, which is all of our policies, and we've revised 57, and we've got 20 more coming up at the next workshop. We've developed our platform. We've met with every one of our delegation, collectively and individually. So far in the first 100 days, we adopted new math and social studies instructional materials. We've created a board communication plan and evaluation system. We've revised the principal and assistant principal evaluation system. We settled our contracts at all levels: teachers, support staffs, our police contracts. I've had a chance to visit every one of our schools and facilities, revamp the structure of our AP and principal meetings to be really hyper-focused on instruction. We conducted 11 listening tour sessions, one of them is Spanish speaking, one of them are virtual, so that we gave as many and multiple opportunities to hear from our constituents in our community. We conducted an impact review at every one of our schools, and if you don't know what an impact review, I encourage you to go and watch the workshop from this afternoon. And then conducted a data dialogue, which we call Empower meetings, with each one of our principal there. So that was the first 100 days, and we're continuing to build upon those successes. In that listening tour, we were able to find from teachers and staff and from our parents and community members many strengths that are built upon this, this great school district. I do feel very fortunate to have been selected as a superintendent, and every day I'm just recommitted to that. I've worked in 4 districts. This is my 4th district, and I can tell you this is where I want to be. And this is where I want to stay because there are so many great things, so many strengths of the school district. We have committed educators. We have the resources. We have diverse academic programming. We have a strong community involvement. We have competitive compensation. We have student-centered activities. This was not my feedback. This is what teachers and staff said. Our parents and community members said dedicated teachers, strong community, high academic rigor, solid support for our students, notable school safety, leadership excellence. These are just great things that I was able to walk in the door knowing that we've had so much support and so many good things to build upon. As always, there's opportunity, right? And you know, where we have opportunity is we can invest in how we prepare and support our teachers from an instructional standpoint, from a behavioral classroom management standpoint. It may sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but we want to continue to be competitive because you can never rest on that teacher compensation just being the best this year because you can easily not be next year. And making sure that we continue to invest in the right resources, that our administration is consistent, that we're not always continuing to flip-flop and having to change leadership. Making sure there's autonomy for teachers. I always use the term defined autonomy. When you produce results, that gives you the latitude to be more autonomous. Making sure that teachers want to know that they are going to be supported with discipline and behavior management. That is a challenge. As I meet with teachers, behavior, attendance, parent engagement is a challenge that we're going to continue to address. Mental health supports, the infrastructure upgrades such as technology, and like I said, stability and leadership. Parents also said minimizing that political influence in the classroom, strengthening the classroom management, resolving staff shortages. That is not just Sarasota, that is across this nation. Making sure we foster diversity in our staff, making sure that we have the best when it comes to educational resources, and we continue to upgrade that, continue to boost. You can never be safe enough, right? I think we do a good job in school safety, but we can do better. We can continue to look at that. Enhancing communication and focus on professional development. So I told you there were 4 areas of focus, and those strengths lie in what I was able to determine through that lead process over the first 100 days is there's a lot of collaborative structures in place. Collaborative PLCs, learning walks, level-alike meetings. There's a lot of programming, school choice options, accelerated programs where students can pursue those college careers. We have a great CTE offering, and we're getting better in the pre-K world. We've established that, but we've got to continue to figure out how we're going to sustain that through the future. High-quality educators and making sure that we continue that dedicated sense of community. In the opportunity realm of academic excellence, we need a unified vision for instruction. Again, I encourage the community and those who have not been able to see the workshop today, go back and see the infrastructure that we're putting in place to really understand how we're going to address these opportunities, such as leadership development, ESE, professional development, and how we're going to monitor and analyze that data on a progress monitoring basis. In terms of strengths and operations, we have great fiscal integrity, and I thank Bonnie and her team for just adhering to the policies set forth in our finances and procurement, and continuing to look at how we can look forecasts beyond just year to year, but look at a 5-year progression. Jody in operations, you do a great job in terms of our facilities and capital outlay. I tell you, as I walked each one of these campuses, I have never seen the beautiful campuses, beautifully built, quality built, and so there is commitment there. And of course, safety and security. That has been an outstanding, substantial strides in establishing a culture that prioritizes being prepared and being proactive, and we continue to have those conversations daily. In opportunities for operational effectiveness, while we have strong financial integrity within the district, there are challenges ahead of us with ESSER dollars. You know, we were given a huge influx of federal funding that is coming to an end that has to be spent September of 2024. And we still are working that plan down. But with that comes some hard decisions, because honestly, there's been 187 positions that were funded on soft money. And those are 187 people's salaries. And so we're looking to make sure that we do our best to land everyone safely within the organization on a funding source that is sustainable into the future. And so we're constantly looking at plans for that. Continuing to look at our integration of technology. Recruiting and retention is a priority. We have to have a strategic plan to attract high-quality staff that are going to support our students. Continuing to look at our current allocation model. When I say allocation model, I'm talking about how do we staff our schools based on actual need. We have to project for needs across the school district for the next several years. Things are rapidly changing in terms of staffing and enrollment, whether it be because of legislation, whether it be because pricing of housing. It could be a lot of different things that are affecting that. And so we have to continually monitor, and we're adopting those zero-based budgeting approaches and making sure that we are efficient with our resources, that we're not just buying things and putting them on the shelf, but that we're using quality materials and resources and being stewards of the financials that the taxpayers have given us these resources. In terms of stakeholder engagement, I found that the strengths really lie in the exceptional staff we have. I can't emphasize that enough. The staff in Sarasota County, whether it be teachers, support staff, even our volunteers at our schools, should be recognized for the exceptional quality and dedication to serve our students on a daily basis. And we do have some great active parents in our community as well, although I think that's an opportunity to really make that consistent across every one of our schools and not just some of our schools. And then the partnerships that we have, exceptional support. I have not seen so much support from the foundations, the philanthropic partners, the business partners, people who want to be engaged in our school district in a positive manner is inspiring, and it just helps us know that we're going to be able to take our district leaps and bounds when we are strategic about the use of those resources versus just doing things. We want to make sure we're very strategic, and maybe even how to create some joint strategic initiatives across all of our partners so that we really can accelerate our growth. That's what we're looking at for the future. Opportunities and stakeholder engagement include just making sure that we have very strategic community relations, making sure that we're targeted. You know, we had a Spanish-speaking listening tour. You know, we have a Ukrainian population that we need to reach out to. So we need opportunities to get out and speak to those out in the Northport area and to be out in each one of the pockets of our areas and know how do we get better at what we do to help support every student. So we talk a lot in terms of media engagement and digital communications, and we're looking at, there's an item on your agenda tonight on new business with our new website. So I'm looking forward to the capabilities of that, how we can get better there. I, again, can't emphasize something has occurred as a result of COVID. Behavior management is a struggle, and we got to make sure that we have a robust, consistent approach to address the support needs. Our students are coming with various needs and more intense, I believe, since coming back from the pandemic. And that includes the other item there around mental health and just having the expansion of the resources available. We got to do a good job of internally communicating with our staff and teachers. We've began that approach with our weekly newsletter that we send out to administrators that go out every Thursday. We're going to continue to trickle that down to the front lines, those who are in the trenches, that they're making sure that they're getting that information as well. And then we talked today about the student group in our workshop, customer service. Customer service is where we need to transform our way of work, that we must have a business mindset as an organization. That people get to select and choose and have choice about where they send their kids for schooling. We want them to come to us. We want to be the first option here. And so we've got to transform the way we think about business and what we do each and every day, internally and with our external partners. And then in terms of our strength for supportive environments, great work coming out of our Student Services Support Division, helping remove barriers across the board to help students achieve. So that's a great work there, and we're continuing to look how to continue to be better there. Effective school leadership. We have some amazing leaders in our schools, and that was evidenced by the opportunity to walk with them, to talk with them, to have them even in some intense situations where they're having to meet with me one-on-one in a big setting, and they were should be commended for fostering really great cultures within their schools and then pushing forward the educational goals set forth. But it's a great work going on in our employee wellness and our risk management. We've got some focused initiatives to help our staff and to support them, and we're going to continue to get better there. And then lastly, opportunities for a supportive environment is just continue to review our staffing ratios to make sure that we're not out of whack one way or the other, where we have too much support in a school and we're not able to generate enough funds for that, or do we need to support and identify gaps to fill? Evaluate our grant dependency, as I said, with the federal funding coming to an end, professional development at all levels, and continuing to look and collect feedback always. It's not a one-time thing. We got to continuously listen to our constituents and to our community about how we can continue to be better. So what's next? And I'll go quickly here because a lot of this was addressed today in the workshop. Just making sure that we know that Sarasota County is centered around a theory of action that's going to move the needle for students. And that comes around having high expectations, making sure that students are exposed to the best instruction every single day, that they're engaged, and that they're working on the right work. It's one thing to be working, but you have to work at grade level and at the standard level. We focus on the roles of our school leaders, and we're really hyper-focused on the first one there. We build the capacity of all of our school leaders around these 4 areas, but number 1 is where we're really focused this year to help enhance the instructional process. And again, go back to the workshop today to really learn deeply about our framework for advancing school performance. This is what we call the secret sauce and helping us get to where we need to be. So what's our path moving forward? As we begin now the process of developing a strategic plan, that's where we're going now. We have gone through the transition. We've listened, we've learned, we've evaluated, we've analyzed, we've started to set up system. The team is starting to gel. 6 months into this, where are we headed? We're going to create a robust strategic plan that's going to elevate a holistic learning experience, not just in the classroom, but how we supporting our students outside of the classroom. Athletics was a great example of that today. Creating an inspiring educational blueprint for every student, making sure that we have innovative recruitment strategies so that once we get teachers here, we retain them. Focusing on instructional leadership, focusing on customer service, making sure that we're cultivating collaborative partnerships, having that comprehensive 360-degree accountability for all of us, and revitalizing our professional development, enhancing our data utilization, and really igniting student ambition with a plan that when students leave us, they're either enrolled in college, enlisted, or they're employed. And we can do that for every student every day. So thank you for the opportunity. I know that was long, but that is my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. Appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing and the investment of our engagement of our teachers. The board, we had a great workshop today. We're all excited, and we are thankful for your leadership. This evening, we have 67 speakers that have filled out requests, and each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. When the timer flashes yellow, 1 minute remains, and you need to begin to summarize. You must stop speaking when the buzzer rings. To the audience, please note that respect for divergent viewpoints and civility will be shown at every board meeting. Whether you agree or you disagree with the speaker, you should listen politely and respectfully without making any sounds of approval or disapproval, including clapping. I recognize there is a lot of passion and emotion with the decisions that come before this board and the impact they have on our students, families, staff, and community. As such, I believe it is important that we afford the opportunity for every speaker to be heard. To my fellow board members, any comments during hearing of citizens that you would like to respond to will take place at the conclusion of public comment. My request is that when you respond, you keep it to the issues that have been brought forward and refrain from directing it to any individual. Per state statute, anyone causing a disruption will first be given a warning, and if the conduct does not stop, you will be removed from the chambers. And as I usually remind our community, we are a professional organization, a service organization to students and families. And if we could please keep our public comments to where our students can be proud of us, it would be greatly appreciated. We will start out. I'd like to invite Jennifer Bowles to the podium, followed by Sally Sells and Shannon Clement on deck, please.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bowles, and I have 3 children in the district. I was really disappointed after the December school board meeting because I naively assumed that Ms. Ziegler would have enough humility to resign from the board. I certainly underestimated her commitment to political theater. Ms. Ziegler, you have a choice before you. You can either claim to support public education by stepping down from your position, or you can prove to the community that you never cared about public education by continuing to serve on the board. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Your presence on the dais is simply a distraction. It is evidence of your lack of compassion for our students, our teachers, our schools, our community, and your very own coworkers. Look at the circus you've ushered in. As if your lack of humility wasn't enough, you then had the audacity, and I quote, "You know, I'm disappointed. As people may know, I serve on another public board, and this issue didn't come up, and we were able to forge ahead with the business of the board." Are you serious? Do you sincerely not understand the difference between being appointed to a board to oversee a business and being an elected official that is supposed to represent the will of your constituents and is responsible for ensuring the well-being of our children? As if refusing to step down wasn't enough, you couldn't even muster up an apology. Don't you think you owe us that at least? An apology for your lies, for your political theater, for victimizing our children, for being a first-rate hypocrite, and for making Sarasota a national embarrassment in the media. So I'm forced to ask myself, why won't you step down? You can't possibly enjoy having your personal life spread all over, out for the world to see and for the media to report on. I think you won't resign because your job of destroying public education isn't done. While our governor works tirelessly at underfunding, understaffing, and funneling our tax dollars to private schools, our public schools are still holding on by a thread, which means that your job isn't done, is it? It may explain why you refuse to resign, because some people just aren't satisfied until they can watch the world burn.
Sally Sells is up to the podium. Please, Sally Sells, followed by Shannon Clement with Bill Neese on deck, please.
Hello, my name is Sally Sells, and I have a 10-year-old daughter in 5th grade in the Sarasota County School District. The reason I'm here tonight is to make a plea so our community can move forward, come back together, and focus on what is important, and that is the public education of our children. My husband and I were living in Orlando when we first visited the Sarasota Siesta Key area in 2010. I remember being waist deep in clear water, cocktail in hand, and I could not believe what I saw when I looked down. It was a tiny chip in my toenail polish, and it just blew me away. That's when my husband and I looked at each other and went, we need to move here. We went to from Orlando into Charlotte, North Carolina, back to Florida, Clearwater this time, and our dreams finally came true when we bought our home in Sarasota in 2016. That's when our daughter entered this public school system shortly after that, where I hope she will remain until she graduates high school. I am happy to say that we are extremely pleased with the education she has received thus far. Every single one of her teachers has been amazing, and I've watched my quirky little kid become the confident student and artist that she is today. But I am worried. I am worried that teachers are leaving the state to teach elsewhere or leaving the profession entirely. They are underpaid, overworked, and at the additional stress of possibly being sued for saying or doing the wrong thing. I have many friends who teach in the area, and I promise you they are feeling the stress. Sarasota used to be known for our art, our beaches, and for just being a wonderful place all around to live, raise our children. But thanks to the Zieglers, that is not what we are known for these days. We are now famous or infamous, as the case may be, because of you and your husband's antics. Our history here in Sarasota is intrinsically tied to the circus, but that should not be how our school board is referred to, but it is. Under your tenure, Ms. Ziegler, these meetings have become just that, an absolute circus. We need our children to feel safe to learn, to be free to grow into the people they want to be, who they are supposed to be. We need our teachers to be paid better and to feel comfortable doing their job they went to school to do. We need to attract quality teachers to move to our area. But we also need all of this nonsense to go away, and I do not see how we can do this with you still serving on the board, Ms. Ziegler. You stepped down from the Leadership Institute immediately as soon as the story regarding your blatant hypocrisy broke. Oh, and let me thank you again for allowing me to have that conversation with my 10-year-old. But you are clinging to this position with all your might, and I do not understand it at all. Until you can explain to me why you stepped down from that position but refused to step down from this one, I will not stop asking you to step down. As I said in the beginning, we need to let our community heal. Let us come together, focus on our children and their education. Let our beautiful, artistic, diverse, welcoming community be known for all of the above, as well as a stellar school district, and not be known for ground zero for the destruction and privatization of our public education. We cannot do that with the distraction that is
Thank
you, Ms.
you.
Ziegler. Step down.
Welcome Shannon Clement to the podium, please, followed by Bill Neese with Leila Newcomb on deck, please.
Good evening, board and everyone in attendance. Let me just adjust this because you can never hear me. My name is Shannon Clement, and I am the parent of a child currently enrolled in our school system. Over the last year, I've stood at this podium and regularly encouraged everyone to model the behavior we wish to see in our students. I've even suggested that perhaps we adults model our students' behavior, considering what I see shows me that our young humans show far more empathy, compassion, critical thinking, collaboration, and maturity than the adults in the room. Our students don't care if someone is Democrat, Republican, or MPA. They don't care if someone is black, brown, white, Latino, Asian, indigenous, or multiracial. They don't care if you're straight, gay, bi, queer, or trans. You know what my child said was what he and his peers most care about at school? Quote unquote, just getting through the day. The only ones under 18 who tend to care about anything I just listed are those who have been taught, at home no less, that they should care about those things. Our students care about having a safe space to learn and discover their interests and themselves. They care about being treated respectfully and equally by teachers and peers alike, and that their teachers can keep them engaged in their work, if for nothing else than to make the difficult subjects pass by quicker. They care that no one is being bullied or treated unfairly, and that they're able to make some friends to pass the time with that share their interests. They care that they have decent food to eat and books that they're interested in reading on the shelves. By the way, that's all been student reviewed and approved. But I digress. Is this any wonder that our children, nationally and locally, are experiencing such an achievement gap? When the adults are at odds and refuse to listen, to cooperate, to find common ground, to be the very example our children need, should we be shocked? We have 38% of third graders who can't read on a third grade level, as today's workshop confirmed, which makes me wonder, if we're an A district with those stats, what does a B or a C district look like? It makes sense now why we have a member of the board who, in spite of being on this board for 10 years, still hasn't contributed toward the district's improvement enough to place their own children in public education. That's not a reflection of our teachers, by the way. It's an inadequacy of the board member. We have a governor who just refused federal assistance for summer food programs for students, yet approximately 35% of our student body is on free or reduced lunch, and we have kids with school lunch debt who are refusing the quote-unquote alternative cold cheese sandwich they'll get charged for out of shame because it's a mark of their economic status. We have classrooms who have had long-standing substitutes, i.e. months long, instead of dedicated certified teachers. Gun violence and suicide are the leading causes of death in students aged 10 to 12, with LGBTQ students 4 times more likely to attempt and 2.5 times more likely to even consider suicide due to the continued stigma, and LGBTQ youth are 2 times more likely to experience homelessness. These are the issues we need to be looking at and working on, and I say this to the board as well as everyone else listening. Perhaps it's time we all grow up, recognize the harms done, acknowledge our shortcomings, start accepting responsibility for our actions and their consequences, and more importantly, recognize when we need to get out of our student and teachers' way so that they can all thrive. Our students deserve no less. And since I have a few seconds left, thank you for the workshop today.
Thank you. Bill Neese, welcome to the podium, followed by Leila Newcomb with Jason Newcomb on deck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Bill Neese, and I am a citizen and a proud grandfather of some children in this school district. I'm also engaged very much with reading in our area. Recently, in one of the particular schools that we were working in, a young boy, third grade, came and quietly said to one of our volunteers, "I can't read." And you know how that makes you feel. And so it's painful. And he's basically turning that into the next statement, which is, "And I don't think I ever will." So that attitude and that heartfelt cry is heard, and we've taken that child within a matter of about 7 weeks to reading. And we expect by the end of this semester, he will be at grade level. Now, this is a serious issue, as we've all discussed, and serious boards will seek to review the current and past data so that they can ask the hard questions. It is not always easy to have self-analysis, but in order to improve, it must be done. There is current targeted focus to raise the reading scores for third grade. It is not just an issue of maintaining an A-rated district, because an A rating does not erase that 38%, I just heard that stat, reading below grade level. I see that the heart of the matter is that this board, superintendent, and staff truly care about that 38%. And I want to applaud you. It's not easy to do these things under pressure. It's just not a rating. It's a heartfelt job. Glossing over the children while talking about A ratings is no longer the course this district is taking under this current leadership. I am here to say I appreciate that kind of commitment to the future of all of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome Leland Newcomb, followed by Jason Newcomb with Larry Wilson on deck, please.
Leela Newcomb, grandmother of 3 in Sarasota Public Schools. Aside from the obvious distraction that's being covered here tonight, there has been an ongoing string of distractions we all know about, one thing after another, for over a year now, resulting in the devastating effect that many of these things are having on our children. Of course, among other things, this includes the marginalizing and vilifying of segments of our student population. 2 groups top that list for me. First, young people who may come under the draconian, don't say gay, so-called law, who are now rightfully astounded by the hypocrisy. Then there are children of color who have had to hear about the whitewashing of the history of African American people in our country. All of this nonsense has, of course, directly affected these groups of young people and others, and in addition has given a kind of permission for outright hate to surface in some people, resulting in bullying in schools and more. Kids cannot be expected to learn up to capacity or to do well on tests while being consumed by fear or anger or worse, things such as depression, PTSD, or any other form of distress, whether resulting from these recent activities or any other cause. So, we've gotten rid of character strong for reasons I still do not fully understand. Google didn't do it for me, sorry about that. But anyway, we're stuck now. Oh, but my son's going to be on to something very interesting about that, so we'll hear about that. And we're stuck now with a new program about pulling oneself up by their bootstraps, designed by somebody who, with no background in mental health. I'm sorry, but that can only go so far with maybe behavior, but cannot prevent or cure the distraction or depression to the extent that concentration on learning is impossible. Or worse, any suicidal thoughts. Ask anyone actually trained in mental health. Now, I've seen in the agenda that suicide prevention is being addressed, but that is only useful if you know about it. Many depressed individuals tend to hide it, and hide it well. it's up to us, the adults, to remove the distractions, care for the well-being of all of our students, and get on with it. And that, if that includes Ms. Ziegler stepping down, so be it. Thank you very much. All food for thought.
Jason Newcomb, welcome to the podium, please, followed by Larry Wilson with Gretchen Zablockas on deck.
Hi, I'm Jason Newcomb. I'm a father of 3 in the Sarasota County school system. I'm here tonight to discuss one word, and that word is mindfulness. I have it on reasonably good authority that the secret main reason that the character-strong curriculum was removed from the school system was because of one word, mindfulness, and that the reason that this word was objectionable is because it would expose children to dangerous Eastern ideas. Leaving aside the ignorant bigotry inherent in that position, this is still an incredibly stupid concept. Mindfulness is an English word. It describes a concept that is understandable to any English speaker, being attentive, particularly to what is going on in your mind. Reference to mindfulness in a scholastic setting is to something called mindfulness-based stress reduction, which is an entirely secular technique based on scientific clinical research that has been investigated in numerous studies and shown to help humans function better in many ways that have nothing to do with religion, and describe many of the problems that my mother just described in helping with them. Now, it's true that the specific techniques are derived from Buddhist practices, but these same practices can actually be found in virtually every civilization in the world. Particularly relevant, perhaps, is the early Christian Desert Fathers, the original Christian monastics. I'm talking about folks whose teachers knew Jesus personally. They practiced these same mindfulness techniques as their silent prayer. It was from these meditating Christians that we received the idea of the 7 deadly sins: greed, lust, gluttony, laziness, anger, pride, and vainglory. These 7 deadly sins are not deadly because they kill you or because you'll be punished for all time, but because they are mind states that take you away from your connection with the divine. See if you can quiet the voices of greed, lust, gluttony, laziness, anger, pride, and vainglory running through your consciousness. Eventually, you connect directly with the divine. How? By being mindful. Again, I want to emphasize that the mindfulness-based stress reduction is simply using the very first little bits of this to help people to have their minds function better. Now, I know all this is probably new to you, and you're going to go home and Google it, and when you discover that I'm correct 100%, I hope that you will stop believing foolish things like that mindfulness is dangerous, or that lying on yoga mats gives you demons, and perhaps we can all begin to grow as a civilization by sharing ideas with one another instead of racing towards ignorance, hatred, and ruin. Thank you.
Larry Wilson, welcome to the podium, please. With Gretchen Zablockas on deck.
My name is Larry Wilson, and I live in Venice and have for many years. The leftist activists in this county continue to agitate for the control of the schools through promotion of LGBTQ plus lifestyles in the media and in the school system, from the classroom to the school board. That is what these people want. They act as a mob, and they have the aid of media outlets like our local newspaper to promote their agenda, and probably many of the cameras that are behind me right now. They have targeted our most conservative board member, hoping to drive her out. I hope she does not give in. We need her. She is the only one who has put children first. That's why they want to get rid of her.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Could I have
Please.
more time if...
You will absolutely get your time.
A lot of people in this county who are good citizens, who have families, and who are normal people do not agitate the way these malcontents do, but they do vote. Let's stop beating around the bush. Stop allowing this faction to steer the direction of the school system. It is absurd for this public institution to pretend that there is any truth in the proposition that there is anything normal about practicing and LGBTQ lifestyle. It is damaging to the development of school-aged children to tolerate any discussion, mention, or acceptance of such perverted lifestyle. Books, discussion, or even scientific inquiry about perversion has no place in our schools, especially when there are subjects such as math, science, history, and reading where our students' achievement suffers. Parents should instruct their children about sex, not schools. LGBTQ practices are an abomination to normalcy. Nature shows this emphatically. If schools give the impression that perverted sex leads to normal development and a fulfilling life, let the perverted LGBTQ whatevers produce the evidence. They cannot produce human children, and the only family they will ever have must come from adopting from heterosexual unions or artificial insemination from outside their transsexual marriages. Their lives mark the last generation of their God-given gift for procreation. So let us as a public institution stop perpetuating the lie that there is hope of a happy ending for young people to grow up and lead happy, productive lives. Thank you.
Gretchen Zablockas, welcome to the podium, followed by Alba Wakiewicz, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gretchen, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gretchen Zablockas, and I've lived in Sarasota for over 50 years. I'm a retired teacher. I taught elementary and middle school language arts and social studies in this county for 35 years. But I'm not here to tell you how much I loved my job. It was a true blessing every day to teach here. I'm here to talk to you about student parking at Venice High School. My grandson is a sophomore at Venice. He has a weighted GPA of 4.1. He's a great kid who has never been in trouble in school. He turned 16 in November, got a new car. He plays baseball at the school and has to attend morning workouts 3 days a week. Last year, my daughter and son-in-law drove him to workouts, up at 5 a.m. to be there at 5:30 a.m. I took him once or twice and said, this is nuts, too early. Both my daughter and son-in-law have full-time jobs. My son-in-law does travel, so the burden rested on my daughter. But as you know, we all do what we can for our kids and grandkids. This year, they paid an older baseball player $30 a week to drive him. When my grandson got his driver's license in November, the school would not give him a parking spot because he was a sophomore. So I started investigating. When asking why the parking lot in front of the Venice High Performing Arts Building is empty, I was told the school only gets to use 60 spots. I asked why. The school board owns a lot. They own the whole campus. I know the county has some kind of agreement with the Venice Theater Group to use the school board facilities. They don't use it during the day. I checked the event schedule. Nothing is scheduled. Over the holidays, I ran into a good friend who happens to be a police officer with the school district. I asked her why the lot is not used. Reluctantly, she told me that is a traffic nightmare with parent pickup at Venice L, which is right next to the high school. Venice High gets out at 2:15, Venice L at 3:15. Well, for that matter, the whole county is a traffic nightmare when parents start lining up in the parent pickup line over an hour before school is out. It's nuts, and it's not my grandson's fault. Last week, I picked up my other grandson, who is a freshman at Venice, for an orthodontist appointment at 1:15. Upon leaving at 1:20 from the school, a long line of cars were leaving too, and I asked him about this. He says those kids don't have a last period, so they can leave. So I'm thinking, why can't those kids park in the lot where you can only have 60? This past weekend, I was talking to a lady who works at the front office at Venice High about the parking situation. She told me her daughter is a senior and she leaves after third period. Why can't she park in that parking lot? This just isn't fair. I'm asking you, the school board, to look into this situation of parking at Venice High School. If a student is required to be at school, no matter what time of day, then transportation should be provided. But that's not my point. I'm unhappy about why a parking lot that is owned by the school board sits empty and sophomore students aren't allowed to park there. I know Pineview sophomores can park at their campus. And one other point I'd like to make, maybe the school policy
Thank you. Superintendent Connor's going to have someone follow up with you. Alba Wakowitz, followed by Alice Bluegrass with Paulina Testerman on deck, please.
Good evening. This is my first time ever assisting one of these and speaking publicly. So I'm speaking as a mother and most importantly as a woman of faith. The values that I seek in a representative are the following: truth, kindness, and inclusion. Policies that I would like to see as a citizen is our tax money spent on issues that do matter, such as our children's education, safety, taking care of our overworked and underpaid teachers, who are taking the major responsibility of raising young, brilliant, and kind minds. Please be mindful that our amazing state is the last, or one of the last in education, nationwide. Let that sink in for a moment. Our kids deserve better from us. Isn't it focusing on the improvement of education more important than waste our funds? I'm sorry. Our funds and time in banning books or hiding our history? For I believe that if you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat it. As a society, we are failing our kids. We're failing this young generation, allowing irresponsible leaders who, instead of working towards a bright future for young generations, are seeking personal gain by selling an agenda of double standards, hypocrisy, that teaches exclusion, judgment, instead of hope and truth. I would expect a role model from my church and school to teach the values that as a believer, I treasure dearly. Good things happen when you lead with love. My two beautiful children are a vivid example of that. And I believe in my heart that beyond all labels and judgment, God is love. Thank you.
Alice Bluegrass, please come to the podium, followed by Paulina Testerman with Michael Weddle on deck, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the wonderful report, Superintendent Connor, and for those wonderful students that we saw. They definitely are the gold standard for all students. We know it takes discipline and hard work and commitment to succeed in anything, and athletics is one of those things. I'm fearful, however, that going forward, that will not be the case. That will not be prevalent in the classroom if you continue to ban books. I'm going to talk about a different topic right now. If you indulge in the hypocrisy, you narrow the curriculum and you engender distrust. Our family business, we like to say, is education. Everyone in my family, most everyone in my family, are teachers, principals, superintendents. And our family motto is make a positive difference in the lives of students. That cannot happen if you say, you can't read this, you can't hear that, you can't teach this, you can't learn that. Board direction is swinging in a repressive direction, and I'm worried. I'm very worried. You're making a negative, harmful difference, and you're not embracing our differences, and you're not opening minds. I urge you to please think about what you're doing for our students.
Paulina Testerman, welcome to the podium, followed by Michael Weddle with Jason, looks like champion on deck, please.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Testerman, and I will continue to attend these meetings harping on Mrs. Ziegler's hypocrisy until she can find an ounce of regret and a drop of humility and step down from her position on this board. I'd like to point out that at the last school board meeting, we didn't have a student representative seated at the meeting, nor did we have the ROTC lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, nor did we have a student-led performance. It was canceled. That's because the Sarasota County School Board meetings are now considered inappropriate for our own students. Mrs. Ziegler, you are the ringleader of this circus, and your selfishness is robbing students of being celebrated for their accomplishments because you refuse to step down. But Mrs. Ziegler isn't the only one who lacks self-reflection. After the Ziegler sex scandal made headline news, Mrs. Rose, you announced that you would be formally calling for Mrs. Ziegler's resignation due to her being, quote, an irreparably harmful distraction to the school board. That certainly sounded promising to the public. But when Mrs. Ziegler refused to step down, Mrs. Rose, you simply surrendered. Luckily for us, school board member Tom Edwards had the foresight to have another round in the chamber. Mr. Edwards made a motion for the board majority to sign a letter to the governor urging for the removal of Mrs. Ziegler. He stated, quote, that is the only measure that we have to get distraction from the dais. Unlike Mrs. Rose, Mr. Edwards was prepared for when Mrs. Ziegler refused to resign. But guess what? None of the three of you backed Mr. Edwards up. In fact, at the 24-minute mark at the meeting, Mr. Enos provided some of the most illustrious word salad that I've ever heard. I encourage everyone to listen to it again. But he summarized his hurricane of linguistic nonsense with, quote, I won't be supporting any letter to the governor. Mrs. Rose, you followed up with, quote, I concur. I have no interest in entertaining a letter to the governor. Why? Why wouldn't either of you try to do everything in your power to remove Mrs. Ziegler? The answer is disappointing but simple. It's because you're placating us. You don't actually want Mrs. Ziegler removed. You just want to make it look like you do. And you think we're too dumb to notice. You, Mrs. Rose, are no better than Mrs. Ziegler in your political games and showmanship. Your refusal to even read the letter is steadfast evidence of your incompetence, ineptitude, and your inability to lead this board as board chair. You are just as complicit as she is. Prove me wrong. I challenge you to write a letter to the Governor DeSantis and have all 4 board members sign it. It costs you nothing. In fact, I'm willing to provide you the stamp. While it may feel futile, it proves to our community that you actually want this distraction removed. And then I can finally stop making jokes at Mrs. Ziegler's expense. I dare you to put your money where your mouth is, add it to the next school board agenda, and sign it. We are watching. Stop placating us. We're not dumb.
Michael Weddle, welcome to the podium, followed by Jason Champion with James Colte on deck, please.
Thank you. Members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, members of the international press. First, before I start, I want to thank Jason, the ever-mindful Jason Newcomb. I don't know Jason. You know, I've always said that if
please don't direct comments personally to the audience, sir.
No, I'm to the board. I want to thank a previous speaker. I've always said that if you want to remove programs from the school because they're rooted in paganism, the first program is always team sports. You know, this is not a reason for our educational decisions. I'm here today as a taxpayer. Sarasota County has always been very generous in terms of supporting the schools. My son is a product of the public schools. He received resources to the public schools that for-profit charter schools could only dream of. So I'm a big supporter of our schools. All I ask as a taxpayer is that our tax dollars are managed by responsible people. I will always vote for school millages, but I am only speaking for me. What we're seeing in the media on the news is not inspiring a lot of confidence, frankly. And today at the working group, you talked about poor employee satisfaction. Let me assure you, this is not a communication problem. Some of the communications have been very clear. With his vote in December, Mr. Enos said that Mrs. Ziegler, her continued service would cause irreparable harm to the school's ability to operate. Mr. Edwards, you said that Mrs. Ziegler would cause irreparable harm to the board. Ms. Marinelli, you said that Mrs. Ziegler would cause irreparable harm to the school board. And Ms. Rose, you also said that Mrs. Ziegler would cause irreparable harm to this board. Yet irreparable harm became acceptable when it came time to petition the governor to fix this problem. You can't have irreparable harm and operational excellence. You can't have both. The perception we're seeing in the media is that the Florida Republican Party can act to remove their bad actor, but this board cannot follow through. Irreparable harm is not okay. You know, I said this before, and I'm not trying to embarrass anyone, and I hope this never happens, but I think that we need to address this as a public board. We need to have a mitigation strategy, so if the porn videos associated with this board are somehow leaked from the police evidence vault or hacked and end up on social media, we need to have a mitigation strategy. I think we owe that to our students. I appreciate the superintendent wanting to address social media and the problems with social media. This is a problem that we have to have a strategy for.
Thank you. Jason Colte, welcome to the podium, followed by Alessandra Smith with Dr. Theone Sublis, I believe it is, on deck.
You first called me Jason Champion.
Please state your name.
Jason Champion, like
Thank
number
you.
one. It was hard to say, I know.
Thank you.
First, Mr. Superintendent, congratulations on being here 6 months. We hope that you continue that term and that you can continue to fight this world that's out there. But calling out hypocrisy in politics often falls on unheard ears. But girl, your actions speak louder than words. Let's rehash some of the things that you've done. You've enacted harmful policies that would now affect you. You unjustly terminated the supervisor. You fostered a hostile work environment for teachers. You tarnished the reputation of Sarasota, all in the pursuit for you and now your unemployed husband's political gain. So it's time to address the consequences of those decisions. I'm a Sarasota taxpayer of 17 years, and because of this swirl of nonsense that you've created around our schools, it could potentially lose the A rating, which in return would stop growth of your young families moving to Sarasota, ultimately resulting in the decline of our population, drop in our property values, and negatively impact local businesses. This could lead to a domino effect impacting job opportunities, revenue generation, and the overall economic health of the community. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of education, population growth, and the local economy in maintaining its vibrancy of Sarasota. I leave you with this statement. You need to resign so we can get back to educating our kids, because we need to make sure that another you doesn't end in that seat.
James Colte, welcome to the podium, followed by Alessandra Smith with Dr. It appears to be Theone Sublis on deck. Welcome, sir.
Hi, it's actually James Kohler.
Thank you.
Lacrosse is extremely important to our family. It's important that we chose Venice High School to raise our kids under the coaching of Jamie Carver. We had been in contact with him prior to moving down here, and we loved him. I am extremely disappointed and surprised at the termination of Jamie Carver, and I'd like a clear explanation of the terms and conditions of his removal from the coaching position. It is my understanding removal can only happen when there is a severe incident, which typically involves child's health or well-being. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened, as Coach Carver would have resigned if there was. It seemed clear that Coach Jamie Carver had an excellent professional relationship with many of the parents. Is a difference of opinion enough to remove somebody from this position? It seems so. Can you please provide me with a reason for his termination in as much detail as possible? We likely would have chosen a different school district if Jamie Carver was not the coach of the lacrosse team. Who does he report to, or who is responsible for his actions? Who can ask for his resignation or the authorization to terminate him? It's disheartening to hear a lack of transparency of the financials from the parents involved with the booster board. That seems to have led to Jamie Carver's dismissal. He seemed to be getting too close to that possible fiasco. It is my understanding that all 501c3s are required to submit and review and approve this financial statement in minutes of each board meeting. Can you please provide records of copies of the financial statements for the past 2 years? It is also my understanding that the past president of the boosters, Mr. Woodend, admitted using booster funds to purchase personal products or services. Was this paid back in its entirety? I would like to see the check. Can you please provide proof of repayment of all funds used not for the benefit of the boosters? Is this also considered a standard practice to use the funds for 501c3 funds for these personal reasons? When is it considered misappropriation of funds, or even worse, embezzlement? Was Jamie Carver an employee of Venice High School or Sarasota County? And what is the reporting structure of him to this booster, or to this booster board, or this board? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Alessandra Smith, welcome to the podium, followed by Dr. Theone Sublis, with Elizabeth Bornstein on deck, please.
Hello, my name is Alessandra Smith, and I am a part of Riverview High School's IB program. In the past, I've attended Ashton Elementary and Sarasota Middle School, so I've been a part of this county my entire life. One of my most favorite parts about school is when we get into classroom discussions about books, past historical events, and even current events. Over the past year, I've started to notice a shift in the type of discussions we are having in school. It has gone from free, friendly peer debates to hushed conversations and restricted speech. Taking topics such as racism, gender studies, and human rights out of the classroom does not take these issues out of the real world. Isn't the entire point of receiving an education to be prepared for what we will face after graduating? For the past 20 years, Sarasota schools have been rated as A+. Why? Because of our teachers. Trust our A-rated teachers to talk about racism. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Trust them to talk about gender studies. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Trust them to talk about basic human rights. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Trust them to be able to use pronouns, something we have been learning since the first grade. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Trust them to talk about peace as well as war. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Trust them to bring up the uglier parts of our country's history. Teachers can handle it, students can handle it. Make a change in our school board. Teachers can handle it, we can handle it. Thank you.
Dr. Theone Sublis, welcome to the podium. Please correct me if I pronounced your name wrong.
Thank you. That's correct. I'm Dr. Theone Sublis. I'm a 40-year resident. 40-year resident of Sarasota County, a former teacher, a current teacher educator, and my daughter attends Sarasota County schools. You know her. She was the previous speaker. I also can't wait to the day that every single school board meeting is about student parking. Really looking forward to those days. I've been sitting in that car rider line now for 10 years. I will always be a supporter, a forever supporter of our teachers. The last time I spoke to the school board, it was about celebrating the A that was earned for 20 years in a row. My daughter just spoke of that same A. What I didn't have an opportunity to talk about was how we earn that A, and I really would like the school board to start educating the community about how those A's are earned year after year. A school has to demonstrate adequate yearly progress. We don't have time to define adequate yearly progress. We just can say that we have to understand it's a metric to measure progress and change. So that means that this year's A is just a little bit better than last year's A. And last year's A was just a little bit better than the year before that. So our teachers did not just rinse and repeat. Our teachers had to remain dedicated and committed to excellence. I listened to your 100 Years report. I haven't read it yet because that was earlier today, but I listened to it today, Superintendent, and a couple things that you talked about was a commitment to teachers and leadership And I think that our teachers are demonstrating that. Teachers endured and adapted and learned since COVID. Teachers welcomed new students, welcomed all students, and welcomed scared students. Unfortunately, teachers also self-censored, taught in fear of loss of contract, and they took books off the shelves, yet still they earned the A. I'm also looking at your 100 days report, Superintendent, and you had this slide on opportunities, and something that those teachers listed under opportunities is that teachers need trust and autonomy, and without those things, they still earn the A, so only imagine what we can do when you instill trust and autonomy in our teachers. You also talked about recruitment and retention. We're facing a shortage of teachers. Well, what we're facing is a shortage of highly qualified teachers. That is what this community is built on. That is what we continue to look for, not just a cold body in the room. We have a shortage of highly qualified teachers, and I'm really looking forward to those 100 days and everything that you talked about today being implemented. Hopefully we can get to that stage if we can move past the circus and this distraction. I do want to say that if you make these announcements to the community,
Thank you.
maybe we'll get there.
Elizabeth,
Thank you very much.
Bornstein, please. Followed by Joan Stoutenborough with Richard Stammer on deck. Welcome, Mrs. Bornstein.
Thank you. Greetings, Superintendent, board members, board attorney. My name is Elizabeth Bornstein. I'm a 20-plus year taxpayer in Sarasota County and a parent of a student in the district, level 2 volunteer in the school district for the past 7 years. I'm here again as a concerned parent and an involved parent, and to help hold the space for other parents who are unable or reluctant to attend. I always want to shine the light on the good stuff. I'm grateful for your focus today on many important issues, most especially high leverage instructional practices and academic achievement for every student, on what is being taught, how it is being taught, our students learning, and I'd add our students feeling safe to express themselves and learn. When there is functional workshop, it feels like the way it should be, the way we need it to be, and not disruption and disorder and the dysfunction. And we all know collaboration is a key part of leadership and success, but it has to be based on transparency, effective communication, and trust, which are the only path to accountability for this district. Well, we know we're lacking in accountability. We can't pretend it is business as usual. It's not, and it can't be. We have experienced so much turmoil, Mrs. Ziegler, because of your family's turmoil and of extreme actions by your initiative in the past. In order for our trust to be restored, I've been carrying this sign for over a year now. In order for trust to be restored, we really need you to step aside. We can't forget your role in the distracting the district and the matters of the board. I really didn't want to come tonight. I've grown weary of all of this chaos. And then thankfully yesterday I was reminded of the wise words of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter." Board, our children matter. Our teachers matter. Our community matters. Please prioritize what matters.
Joan Stoutenborough, please come to the podium, followed by Richard Stammer with Susan Boston on deck, please. Do we have Joan Stoutenborough here this evening? Let's go ahead and move on to Richard Stammer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board. My name is Richard Stammer. I'm a 21-year resident of Sarasota and a retired professional in child welfare of 35 years in the state of Maryland and the state of Florida. I first want to thank all of the Board and our new superintendent for the hard work that you do. It can't be said enough. I can't imagine the work that you have to do with some of the incredibly difficult decisions you have to make. and it's a testimony to the success that you have had. However, having said that, I also want to tell you it takes an intestinal fortitude for me to come to the school board meetings. Really, I really have to force myself to get into the car and drive here. And the reason for that is because I know I'm always going to hear something that's going to hurt me emotionally. But I'm up to that. I'm 74 years old. I've had a few emotional hurts along the way. But the attacks on LGBTQ is particularly dear to me and hurts them. And I would just hope people could refrain from that, learn to respect the other. Life is too short to live in that fashion. And I direct that to the board and to everyone in this room. I had been here before. I had asked for a change in chairperson by the board, and that was achieved. I then asked, there's been a lot of, excuse me. Wouldn't you know, a phone call. I had asked for a change in chairperson, and that was achieved. But now a lot of other shoes have dropped, and I really am asking for Bridget Ziegler to resign. Among all the things that there have been concerns about expressed here, it is the division that she has caused within the community, in my opinion, that hurts this school and this community and its children and its parents the most. And I just want to give you a brief anecdote. My wife has spent the last 2 years working in Europe and also in Paris. She comes into contact with many American citizens and people who both are passing through and live there. When she says she's from Sarasota, they all go, WTF, Sarasota. What is going on with your school board? And, we all live by our reputations individually and the organizations we belong to. And this reputation is following you not only nationally, but internationally. And so I want you to be aware of that other eyes are watching just simply beside those right here. Thank you.
Susan Boston, welcome to the podium, followed by Seneca Bristol, with Lola Smith on deck, please.
My name is Susan Boston. I am a retired elementary school principal who has served in both urban and suburban schools. I have been a full-time Sarasota resident for almost 16 years. About a year ago, I was reading and seeing disturbing information regarding what was happening at school board meetings. I couldn't believe it. So I decided to see for myself what was really happening. Unfortunately, what I had been reading was true. I have been attending school board meetings ever since. These are my conclusions based on my firsthand observations. The former board chair, Mrs. Ziegler, lacked the leadership skills to even attempt to appropriately intervene when outrageous comments were being made during the public comments. Her actions show she does not understand the purpose and necessity of vital public schools and the role they play in our democracy, nor does she seem to care. Her actions show she does not seem to care about all Sarasota students and their families, and that diversity contributes positively to our community. Her actions show she seems to not care about our teachers, administrators, and other district employees. Mrs. Ziegler seems to have her own agenda. It has made me angry, but mostly it has made me sad. Mrs. Ziegler has no credibility as an advocate for public education and serving the students and families of Sarasota County. It has been encouraging since Mr. Connor was hired as our new superintendent. There seemed to be a positive shift that would benefit our students. Recently, Mrs. Ziegler's personal life became public in a very unflattering way. It has put a negative spotlight on our school district. It is an embarrassment that has created a distraction from the important work that needs to be accomplished. Mrs. Ziegler, if you care at all about our school district and our community, if you care at all about our students and their families, if you value and have respect for our dedicated teachers and staff, you will resign. Our school board members need to be laser-focused on the district's motto, every student, every day. Thank you.
Seneca Bristol, please come to the podium, followed by Lola Smith with Caitlin Dehaney.
Danny Sametz, with Katie.
Thank you.
Hello, hi Pokies. I'm Seneca Bristol. I'm the president of the Youth Chapter Women's Voices Southwest Florida. School could have been a safe haven for these kids. You could have been their hero. You could have helped these kids who are questioning who they are. But no, instead you were just like every other adult and you stopped caring for the students. I don't even think you ever did care. Bridget, resign today. To be honest, I don't know the rest of you because your girl Bridget has messed up so much that people are only coming down to get her to step down when we could be having actual conversations about students in the school board. Like, are our kids safe? Are our kids passing? Are our kids mentally okay? You should treat these students like they are your own. Wait, yours don't attend your schools that you control. Do you think your own kids would like the system you have created? Resign. I have friends who are in the Sarasota County School Board system, and let me tell you, I am so grateful I am homeschooled. There are fights, there are insane, disturbing stories that they tell me like it's a regular Tuesday. Believe me, a kid questioning their identity or reading a book that will help them should be the last of your worries. Please resign. And lastly, teachers are not human body shields. They are not your glorified babysitters. They are not your pawn that you get to move and tear down. They are human beings with a passion to teach kids. Maybe get that passion too. Thank you.
Lola Smith, please, followed by Caitlin Dehaney Sametz.
My name's Lola Smith. I'm Vice President of Women's Voices Southwest Florida Youth Chapter. I'm 12 years old and I'm queer and non-binary. Bridget Ziegler shouldn't resign because of who she slept with. They should resign because they're a terrible person. They helped lead the Don't Say Gay bill, and they tried to remove many books with queer and trans characters from out of our library. She overall hurt many people and students with harsh bills. When she focused on trying to help, we should be focused on trying to help and improve our education. As a student in Sarasota County, I'm scared. I'm scared that you will pass more harsh bills that will make it harder for me to learn just because of who I am. She let many people down and she should be disappointed in herself. For the sake of everyone, please resign. Thank you.
Welcome.
Caitlin Dehaney Sametz. I'm the founder of Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. And if y'all can't read my hat over there, it says hold elected officials accountable, and this applies to you. First off, I'd like to extend my love and gratitude to like 99% of this room. As parents, teachers, and concerned community members, it's our responsibility to hold our school board members to the highest ethical standards. So thank you to all of you, who I'm not allowed to address, but thank you for being here. I intend to utilize the rest of my time emphasizing the crucial role that integrity plays in ensuring the success and credibility of our school board members. Integrity. Integrity is not just a word. It represents the very foundation upon which our educational system is built. Integrity is the unwavering commitment to transparency, honesty, and ethical behaviors such as taking responsibility for one's actions, admitting mistakes, and treating others with respect. Ultimately, integrity entails aligning one's actions with their values and consistently upholding the principles in all aspects of your life. When school board members possess and demonstrate integrity, they inspire confidence and trust within our community. School board members are entrusted with making decisions that directly impact our children's educations. These decisions can range from budget allocations to curricular choices, and especially policies that affect student welfare. That includes queer students. When integrity guides these choices, it ensures that our students receive the best possible education and resources that are available. And furthermore, when school board members display integrity, they set a positive example for the entire school community. They show students the importance of being honest, responsible, and ethical individuals. These values extend far beyond the classroom, shaping our future leaders, citizens, and workforce. Integrity acts as a shield against corruption, conflicts of interest, and favoritism. And by maintaining the ethical standards, school board members prevent personal agendas from clouding their judgment. It prevents school board members from clouding their judgment with their personal agendas. I want to just harp on that personal agenda part. And it also fosters an environment of fairness where decisions are made solely based on what is best for the students and the overall school community, including queer students. Can you imagine? When parents, teachers, and community members witness the dedication and honesty exhibited by our school board, they feel their ability to lead and govern effectively. This trust forms the foundation of successful collaborations between the school and the community, ultimately solely benefiting our students. The future of our children is thoroughly and unfortunately dependent on the integrity of those who guide their education. And in case anything that I've said thus far has been unclear, Bridget, I'm talking to you. Clean it up. Step down. Everybody else have a wonderful night.
John Smalley, welcome to the podium. Please state your name if I've mispronounced it, followed by Rana Bazzini with Nancy Harris on deck. Please.
Good evening. John Smalley, Sarasota resident, Deputy State Superintendent of Maryland Schools, retired. I'd like to address the board on topics of public education and leadership. I've recently become a Sarasota citizen, and as an educator, I've been surprised at the way in which politics has infused a formerly strong school district. In my experience, politics is best left out of education. Thomas Jefferson wrote, "Educate and inform the whole mass." He believed that an educated citizenry is a vital requisite for our survival as a free people. Unfortunately, several members of this board seem bent on diminishing the potency of the education that our students receive by editing history selectively and erasing certain populations. Ms. Ziegler, your views on diversity, equity, and inclusion are particularly disturbing. You rail against this as indoctrination, which is stretching well into the realm of alternative facts. What does trashing these vital precepts actually mean? Well, if not diversity, then uniformity, the goal of autocracy. If not equity, then inequity. If not inclusion, then exclusion. It would seem that you advocate for our valued students and staff autocracy, inequity, and exclusion. If this is your approach to education, then you are unfit to serve on any board. And then there's the matter of leadership. Ms. Ziegler, you have failed miserably in this essential attribute, belittling the LGBTQ+ community, marginalizing its members, and creating fear among students and staff who are part of this community. You have shown nothing but disrespect. Bad enough, but it gets worse. It turns out that you are a hypocrite of the worst order, one who preaches against the very behavior in which they are engaging. It is no business of mine what you do in your or anyone else's bedroom. However, a leader cannot say one thing and do another. Despite your attacks on the LGBTQ+ community, it would appear that you were a part of it, certainly a B, maybe a plus. Effective leaders do not rely on deceit. Effective leaders work toward inclusion. Effective school board members strive to value all students, all staff, and all ideas. Sarasota County citizens have a right to expect a public education that prepares our students well for a rapidly changing world. Every student has the right to a safe, high-achieving academic learning environment. The political drama created by you, Ms. Ziegler, and other board members is getting in the way of this vital student right. Your antics have made this school district a laughingstock, and as a taxpaying citizen, I'm tired of it. It's time to move on, Ms. Ziegler. Resign now for the benefit of the Sarasota School District. Good leaders know when it is time to move on and let someone more suited to the task take their place. Thank you.
Rana Bazzini, welcome, followed by Nancy Harris with Brenda Pasterek on deck. Please. Mrs. Bazzini, excuse us for a moment, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Take a minute and
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you
My
for your
name is Rana
patience.
Bazzini. I have no children, and I have no
Mrs. Bazzini,
grandchildren.
excuse me for one moment. Can we please give attention and respect to the speaker? Thank you very much.
Oh.
Please, if
So-
your time can
Sorry
start
about
now.
that. My name is Rana Bazzini. I'm a resident of Sarasota. I have no children, and I have no grandchildren, so I feel all children belong to me. This has been an interesting evening. It seems like nothing like a little sexcapade can draw people out. Watching the workshop this morning, I was thinking, now this is an example of what a school board should be doing, addressing the issues relating to the running of the school and the welfare of the students. But it seems this is not what has been going on for the last several years. It seems that we have learned the magician's trick, distraction. Back in 2016, when POPs, Protect Our Public Schools, which later merged into SOS, Support Our Schools, when we formed, we were aware of a movement to privatize or to establish alternative schools to the public system. We believe in order for our government to succeed, we need a strong public school system. Its structure is the best to handle the educating of our expanding makeup of students. The public schools include special needs, whether it's mental or physical, and also the extremely intelligent college-bound career. This is something the public schools have a structure to do, which alternative schools do not. When leaving the Constitutional Convention, what form of government have you given us? Benjamin Franklin answered, a republic, if you can keep it. The founders are all quoted as saying, an educated populace is necessary for that to happen. A favorite quote that was sent to me by one of my dear Florida veterans for common sense, knowing that I was going to speak tonight, and he sent me this quote from Ulysses S. Grant. Encourage free schools and resolve that not $1 of money appropriated to their support, no matter how raised, shall be appropriated to the support of any sectarian school. Leave the matter of religion to the family altar, church, a private school supported entirely by private contributions. Keep church and state forever separate. I feel like I'm living in alternative worlds. Everything addressed at today's workshop is being undermined by what's happening in Tallahassee. Many of the speakers this evening addressed those better than I. Are there problems in the public school system? Of course. But fix them, don't destroy them. Let's all, oh, excuse me, okay.
Thank you. Nancy Harris, welcome to the podium, followed by Brenda Pasterek.
Good evening, Superintendent, Boards of Education members. My name is Nancy Harris. I have spent and loved my 45 years in public education as a college professor, as an administrator in a state board of education, as an assistant superintendent for a state educational system, as well as working for 6 public school systems. It has been the pride of my life to work for and support boards of education. I retired to Sarasota aware of the excellent school reputation of Sarasota. Unfortunately, to my dismay, the past few years have been a textbook case of partisan politics where none should appear, and has created an environment of bullying and total lack of care and concern for the students and their safety. The education should be based on well-established research and world history. Academic freedom does not allow for banned books, stripping appropriate books from classrooms, and eliminating wholesale books from libraries. It is shocking, and I feel as though I'm living here in a dystopian environment. Honesty and transparency have always been the bywords of boards of education that I served proudly. Unfortunately, I think the last several years, this Board of Education should hang their heads in shame and get it together. And that also means writing a letter to the governor to request the termination of Bridget Ziegler. Thank you for your consideration.
Brenda Pasterik, followed by Robin Williams, with Joyce Peralta on deck, please.
Board members and superintendent, my name is Brenda Pasterik. I've been a resident of Sarasota for 25 years. Moving from Connecticut, I served as a member of the East Haven Board of Education. What I want to share tonight is a word of encouragement to stay the course that you are charting as a district. There are 3 courses of action any Board of Education can take in their governing and execution of duty. One is to follow the laws that govern their duties as a state-mandated public entity. The second is choosing not to follow the law. The third is to have some type of hybrid of following the law when it suits their own objectives and not to follow the law when it doesn't suit their own objectives. I see that the current board has chosen the correct course of following the law. You have set in place leadership who will execute the policy and systems that are required to follow the law. Not that I have to explain this to you as a board and superintendent, but many come here to dissuade you from the right choice you have made to follow the law. They suggest that you defy the state legislature, the State Department of Education, or the legal mandates ordered by the governor. This is both reckless and wrong. By decrees and bad policy, former boards took this district into misguided territory. But now you have brought it back on course. Any and all arguments to return to former ways is legally wrong and a dereliction of your sworn duty to uphold the laws and directives of the laws made by those who are duly elected and govern our state. Like it or not, this is not the place for discussions and debate about issues that are to be held in the halls of our state legislature, legislative committees, or the governor's office. So even though you have had to respectfully hear voices in this public forum, I encourage you to not heed those who insist that you defy the law, no matter how loudly many may call you to do so. The majorities of citizens in this county voted you into position in order to bring this district back into alignment with the law, as well as future laws that you are mandated to follow. Stay the course. Thank you.
Robin Williams, welcome to the podium, followed by Joyce Peralta with Carol Lerner on deck.
Yesterday was Martin Luther King Day. Dr. King reminds us, quote, "We're prone to let our mental life become invaded by legions of half-truths, prejudices, and propaganda. To save man from the morass of propaganda is one of the chief aims of education. Education must enable one to sift and weigh evidence, to discern the true from the false, the real from the unreal, and the facts from the fiction. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. The most dangerous criminal may be the man gifted with reason but with no morals. If we're not careful, our colleges will produce a group of closed-minded, unscientific, illogical propagandists consumed with immoral acts. Be careful, brethren. Be careful, teachers. Take heed, unquote, take heed, New College. Ms. Ziegler, resign. You've failed our students on many fronts, spreading propaganda, casting stones at the most vulnerable, and practicing hypocrisy on an unfathomable scale. You promoted and claimed to help draft the so-called parental rights or Don't Say Gay bill, now a fascist law. These are your immoral acts. We can't allow ourselves to become desensitized to these injustices, and you need to leave the dais. Thousands have signed petitions calling for your resignation or for the governor to remove you. Dr. King also had words which Florida lawmakers in Tallahassee should heed today. Quote, "The richest nation on earth has never allocated enough resources to build sufficient schools to compensate adequately its teachers and surround them with the prestige our work justifies. We pauperize education." When Dr. King spoke to the AFL-CIO convention in Miami in 1961, he said, quote, "Less than a century ago, the laborer had no rights, little or no respect, and led a life that was socially submerged and barren. The children of workers had no childhood and no future. They too worked for pennies an hour, and by the time they reached their teens, they were worn-out old men, devoid of spirit, devoid of hope, and devoid of self-respect. The Sarasota School District should oppose legislation written and funded by billionaire right-wing Uihleins and Leonard Leo's Foundation for Government Accountability that turns the clock back a century on child labor, taking our most economically and socially vulnerable students, removing labor protections for 16 and 17-year-olds, and making them a potential source of cheap labor for the shortage created by the vicious anti-immigration laws passed in Tallahassee. The Nazis required gays to wear pink triangles marking them for violence. Florida will now require driver licenses for trans people to have their birth sex on it, marking them for violence. You, the board, need to take a stand against fascist legislation. Have courage. DeSantis' presidential ambitions are dim.
Thank you.
And the 11th Circuit
Joyce
Court of Appeals
Peralta,
found his
welcome
removal
to the
of State
podium,
Attorney Warren violated
followed by Carol Lerner with Sonia Nalpas-Meyer on deck.
Joyce Peralta from Sarasota, taxpayer. Tonight we heard from Superintendent Connor that the number one thing parents are asking for is to minimize political influence. I think today all of us here would agree with that. Bridget must go. Bridget Ziegler must resign. School board members are leaders. Our children look up to our leaders in schools. What example is Bridget Ziegler setting? As adults, we recognize she's a hypocrite. What do our students see? A liar. Is that what we want to teach our children? We are here meeting after meeting because we want the community, state, and world to know the hate promoted by the majority of this board is not us. We, Sarasota taxpayers, care about our public schools. We tax ourselves extra for them. This board wastes our money while promoting hate. This is not who we are. Karen Rose is fine with Bridget Ziegler causing irreparable harm. A reminder, she is up for re-election this August.
Thank you. Carol Lerner, welcome to the podium, please, followed by Sonia Nalpas-Meyer with Louise Machinist on deck, please.
Good evening. Carol Lerner, support our schools, and lifelong retired now educator. When I evaluate a politician, be it a U.S. president or a local school board member, I look to see if their policies enhance the common good for all. John Adams, our nation's second president, wrote, quote, "Government is instituted for the common good and not for profit or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men." Ms. Ziegler, if we take Adams' criteria and apply it to you, you miserably fail his test. Not just because of all your recent hypocrisies, but because you have worked against public education's common good while enhancing your own private interests. You preached student achievement while practicing public education's destruction. A few examples over your 10-year career in grifting. In 2015, you formed the Florida Coalition of School Board Members, created to push school privatization schemes that drastically weaken public education, but enhanced your visibility. That same year in Sarasota, you created divisions in the community over gender diverse guidelines and bathroom use for transgender students, a harbinger of the anti-LGBTQ culture war to come, perfected and promoted by your husband to stir up the GOP base for electoral victories. In 2019, you claim to have crafted the Florida Parental Bill of Rights, but it was actually cribbed word for word from 2013 legislation passed by the Oklahoma State Legislature. It passed the Florida legislature in 2021 and then was used as the basis of the horrific 2022 Don't Say Gay bill, a resume-building victory despite the ugliness it unleashed. In December 2020, you founded and became director of Moms for Liberty. We all know what that brought on. You viewed it as a major feather in your cap. In June 2021, you went on national Fox News, claiming that you had pulled your child from the district, implying that her kindergarten teacher, a Sarasota Teacher of the Year, had taught her white privilege, clearly a Ziegler big lie, but very successful in getting many more gigs on Fox News. Hired by the Leadership Institute in 2022, an organization that explicitly worked to train school board candidates to attack public education, this well-paid job clearly posed a conflict of interest, but you turned it into becoming a national superstar. You and your husband exploited education in Sarasota, Florida, and throughout the U.S. to further your power and increase your family fortune.
Sonia
Fortunately, the grift is over.
Sonia Naples Meyer, welcome to the podium, please. Followed by Louise Machinist with David Sellers on deck, please.
Hello, my name is Sonia Nalpas-Meyer, and I'm the mother of 4 girls between the ages of 11 to 17 in the Sarasota County School District. I never thought that I would come to a school board meeting to speak, yet here I am. What is going on in our school board is making national news, and I find it very upsetting. I beg of you to please change the culture within the school system in our community for the future success of our children's education. Thank you.
Louise Machinist, welcome to the podium, followed by David Sellers with Sarah Kessler. Please be ready on deck. Thank you, sir.
Okay, hello, Louise Machinist, spelled like machinist. I'm just going to make a short personal comment. I don't have a speech. I would like to say, of course, first of all, like many people here, I am asking for Ms. Ziegler's resignation, but I'm not going to go into the details of reasons why they've been covered. I just wanted to say to you, though, Bridget, putting everything else aside, anytime you and I have had an interaction, you've always been kind and gracious to me, even though you know that I am not a supporter. We've stood in hot parking lots before August elections together, and you talked to me even though I was supporting your opponent. When I crashed your campaign launch last time around, you were really very sweet about it. And I give you credit for the good things about you as a person. I have also some empathy for you being in this position. How horrible to sit here hour after hour and hear these comments, even though they're based in fact, and they are legitimate. But I'm asking you to consider the school district and the students, and even your own best interest in that of your family, to get out of this hideous situation and to be able to remove yourself from this, what must be very hurtful month after month. These protests are not going to go away, and this is just going to continue. So I'm asking you to consider, do not let yourself be used as the governor's pawn for political expediency. Please allow the voters to choose your replacement this August, in this August 20th election. Let the voters choose rather than allowing the governor, for political reasons, to choose a replacement who will be in this seat till 2026. Please resign now. Do us that favor and do yourself that favor.
Sarah Kessler, welcome to the podium, followed by Anastasia Dykens, with Reverend Jay Wolin on deck, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Kessler. I do not have any students in the public school district right now. I am a product of the Sarasota County school system. I went to Southside Elementary. Hi, Miss Marinelli. I went to Pineview for middle, and I went to Riverview for high school. These meetings should not be about one person. They should be about our students and the curriculum. And this has been turned into an ongoing thing that happens every time. It's hard for me to get out of bed. I have medical conditions, but I came here, which was difficult for me, because I didn't feel like not saying anything was going to help. There are some issues that are too important to not do anything about. There was one gentleman who came up here and praised you, Ms. Ziegler, but he also unwittingly called you a pervert. I don't know if you realize that or not. Okay, so you have bumper stickers circling around town saying, "Save Sarasota, deport the Zieglers," and you're here on our school board. Stop making it about yourself. I'm not going to quote Dr. Martin Luther King today. I'm going to quote Katy Perry. "I kissed a girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed a girl just to try." Sorry, my lips are dry. I hope my boyfriend don't mind it.
Excuse me.
It felt
Please.
so wrong. It felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. No, I don't even know your name. It doesn't matter. You're my experimental game, just human nature. It's not what good girls do, not how they should behave. My head gets so confused, hard to obey. Us girls, we are so magical, soft skin, red lips, so kissable, hard to resist, so touchable, too good to deny it. Ain't no big deal, it's innocent. Thank you.
Sarah Kessler just spoke. We're looking for Anastasia Dykens to come to the podium, please. If you could be ready when your name is called. I'm asking, before you start, Ms. Dykens, I'm asking my colleagues if there's anyone that needs a break. Seeing none, please, thank you, proceed.
Of course. Hi, everybody. I'm Anastasia Dykens. I'm a Booker High mom, so I will be directing my questions to my district rep, Mrs. Christian Ziegler. But first, I want to say thank you. You represent the most poverty-stricken district in the county, and as you and I know, that according to 1397 of the Catechism of the Catholic Church, in order to receive Holy Communion, we must recognize Christ in the poorest. So thank you for taking the lead on that and being the practice in practicing Catholic. Question number one, why are the 4 lowest performing schools in our district, and how are we going to fix that? Question number 2, as he will not let us accept funding for the program, how are we going to feed the hungry children this summer now that the governor has taken their food away? Question number 3, as a point of self-reflection, how well do you feel you have adhered to the Florida Constitution in terms of keeping your school board representation entirely apolitical? Question number 4, why was Dr. Asplin forced out? And why didn't any of the facts align with the reasons that you gave? Question number 5, even though there were 104 reported incidents of bullying in 2022, not a single family asked for an educational relocation. How are you able to make that one happen? Number 6, as we know, 8% of our county is African American. This population is primarily concentrated in our district. The recent release of school data shows that of the incidents involving physical restraint as a form of discipline, 59% were done to our Black kids. With the obvious targeting of your stakeholders, what's your plan to combat that, and how can I help? And number 7, as the co-founder of a partisan educational organization, Were you ever worried that you might accidentally use your influence on the school board to disrupt the entire educational system with which you had been entrusted? So as yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, I'll end with a quote. It is a cruel jest to say to the bootless man that he ought to lift himself up by his own bootstraps. But with your insight, intellect, and influence, I wait in joyful hope to watch you fight tooth and nail for the people who pay your salary.
Reverend Jay Wolin, welcome to the podium. India Miller will be up next, if you could be ready, please, followed by Margaret Mormon. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I want to thank everybody for staying. I want to thank you for being here to listen to us. I'm Reverend Jay Wolin of the Unitarian Universalists of Sarasota. My pronouns are he, him, and his. That is not so hard. One of our founding principles is the free and responsible search for truth and meaning. And so the lack of guidance and transparency in the regulations has led to books being removed from our libraries and from our classrooms. And let me just say this, although I do not have children, many of my members have children in the schools, and many of them identify as LGBTQ, and they are worried about their existence in our school system. And I just want to say books being removed from our libraries is abhorrent to my values. A new policy on books that I see was in the agenda today that eliminates books with sexual issues will leave our students uneducated. Sex is an important and a very natural item that qualified teachers should be allowed to teach, to educate our children. You know, I never hear anybody say, well, we should leave science to the parents to teach, or history to the parents to teach. Why do we say that about sex? Because I got to tell you, most parents are not capable of educating their children about sexual issues, particularly sexual orientation and gender identity. And so we have had to create a separate sexuality education program called Our Whole Lives this summer. You can come and take that if your children need it. We are Unitarians, have been they were founders of the kindergarten movement and advocates for public education. And we believe that public funds should be spent on public education and not private education. We believe, and I heard you say diversity in curriculum and teacher autonomy, and yet we have had to create outside in the community, the ASALA has created a separate freedom school so that students could be taught African American history, because it's not being taught in the schools in the way that the teachers are fearful of teaching it. We believe, Unitarian Universalists believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every person, including LGBTQ individuals, and who are, by the way, normal. And I think that is an obscene thing to say that they are not normal. And the policies that have been promoted by this state, by this school board, have been anti-LGBTQ based on fear. And I want to tell you, there is nothing to fear. I encourage you to embrace openness for all of our students, not just those with hetero power and privilege. Thank you.
Welcome India Miller to the podium, please, followed by Margaret Mormon. If you could please be ready with Wendy Rosin on deck, please.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm India Miller. I was trying to write a speech and I couldn't even think of, honestly, what to say. I feel like I should talk about being transgender because I came out as transgender before the internet. No one groomed me. I figured it out. You know, my church performed an exorcism on me because they said I was possessed by demons. My family disowned me and I was homeless in high school in Florida. All of that was hard. I tried to kill myself and that was hard. I was attacked by a man that was killing transgender women in 2015 and I survived that, and that was hard. But what's harder for me is like living here, that we're doing this, we're pretending that there's something wrong with people with how they're born. I mean, the way I see myself, and I won't speak for anyone else, I was born with like a birth anomaly, a birth defect, I don't know what, but somewhere in utero something went differently, and my genitalia didn't develop the same as maybe the next person's. If I had any other deformity, if I had any other abnormality in my birth, and you mocked me with T-shirts, and you made fun of me, and you made legislation against me, people would be outraged. I can't understand why they're not outraged with the hypocrisy and the idiocy, that you're like forcing students to come up with here. It's crazy. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be an advocate. I don't want to be speaking in public. I want to be in bed. I'm here. I'm tired. I'm tired of dealing with this. But I'm here, Bridget, because you're here. Why are you here? Everyone here asked you to leave. Can you imagine every employee at Walmart asking the cashier to go? Just go. Like, we'd be a better store if you weren't here. You're distracting everyone from shopping at Walmart. Please go. Any corporation, if every employee asked them to go, I really believe they would go. But you're here. Why? Are you that invaluable? Really? You know you're not. You know you're not. You have a political agenda and you're trying to make money and you're doing it off the backs of students, human beings like me. And you know what? I'm here to tell you, I don't have a lifestyle. The only thing I groom is my eyebrows, but I'm here. I've survived all of this, and I have a fantastic life. So if you're out there and you're trans, you're LGBT, whatever, ignore these hateful people. You're going to have a great life. Just be you, and your people will find you. Be authentic. Live your life. Don't listen to this crap that's not true. 13 states allow transgender students to use their bathrooms. None of them have issues. That isn't real. We've been using bathrooms since the 60s, and there are no issues. If there were, we would know about them. Stop the lies. Stop the chaos. Stop the ignorance. Enough is enough. Bridget, you need to go. Really, you need to go. Go. Stop this. We're all here because of you. Just go.
Thank you. Margaret Moorman, welcome to the podium. Excuse me, if you're going to continue, we've been doing relatively well. If you're going to continue to not respect this board and the professionalism, then you will be excused. I'm warning you. We are at number 38. We have quite a ways to go. We are listening. Margaret Moorman, welcome to the podium, please, followed by Wendy Rosen with Mary Lynn McKeon on deck. Do we have Margaret?
No, we don't have, obviously we don't have Margaret. I'm Wendy Rosen.
Please proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm a mother and a grandmother. My name is Wendy Rosen. I've had my share of attending IEP meetings, the principal's office, and dealing with a child who's been upset by discrimination. I dealt with it. I don't need the school board to make my job harder. I dealt with it with the principal and the school officials. 2 weeks ago, the Tampa Tribune reported the nation's report card on schools, and it showed that Florida is failing its students as they move up through the grades. 3 years ago, Stanford University study of standardized tests showed that our children's learning rate was the worst in the country. It's time for you to be accountable. Stop spending time creating fascist laws that restrict learning, that ban books, and create guidelines and laws that help our children learn and make them feel safe. Stop banning books. Stop creating laws that marginalize groups, any group or race. Stop trying to legislate your social issues in our schools. Allow principals to do their jobs. Legislation this year is going to impact our children and this school board. I want you to write a letter to the governor and to representatives to stop HB 1223, a bill allowing 18-year-olds to purchase a gun. It's lowering the age of purchase. This bill will make schools less safe. I would like to know your formal position on the proposed changes in child labor laws. Working children as young as 14 will have longer hours and more dangerous jobs. and less time for school. Accountability. Finally, about accountability, I propose that at each meeting you provide us with a report showing us how many students, teachers, and administrators we've gained or lost in our public schools. Provide copies of any position statements you have sent to our legislators, and that includes that letter that you really need to send to Governor DeSantis immediately to ask for Bridget's resignation. The party is over. The Florida GOP leaders are not your friends and not your boss, Bridget. It's time that you realize that Sarasota County citizens have no tolerance for political extremism. We have had enough trauma, and it's time for you to be accountable to all of us. And Bridget, you must go
Marilyn McKeon, welcome to the podium, please. Followed by Sebastian Gerstel and Anya Dennison, if you could please be on deck. Thank you, Ms. McKeon.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To those who have been othered, who have been marginalized, bullied, stigmatized, and endangered by Florida's misguided policies, to those of you whose ancestors' histories have been whitewashed, whose stories have been removed from the shelves, I offer this quote from the great civil rights leader and Congressman John Lewis. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. I'll tell a little story of, I'm a member of the LGBTQ plus community here, fairly new resident. And I was remembering when I went to a college orientation in Washington, D.C. with my mom before I entered freshman year. And on the metro, there were all these people dressed up in feather boas and headdresses and glitter, and there's Cher playing and Mariah Carey. And I was like, what the heck is going on? These people are so weird. What is going on, Mom? She said, oh, it's Pride weekend. And I said, oh my gosh, like what's going on? I didn't realize I was gay yet, but I should have, but I didn't. And the reason I realized, and fast forward 30 years, last Pride I was in the purple feathers and the and the face paint and all that, and I realized, a lot of LGBTQ plus kids consider suicide, and I think it's even a higher rate for transgender and even higher for folks that are people of color. And, I was one of those 15-year-olds who sat in my bedroom and wondered if I should stay alive or not because I was different. And, I realized that it's the exuberance that we made it through, that we made it out alive and we found our people, that's what the Pride is about. That's what the flashy colors is about. And for me, Bridget, it's not your hypocrisy, it's your cruelty that make me want you to leave. You're modeling cruelty to our children, and you need to go. Thank you.
Sebastian Gerstel, welcome, followed by Anya Dermison. With William Harless on deck, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Board members, Superintendent Connor, I'm Sebastian Gerstel, junior at Riverview High School. Today, I urge all board members to vote in favor of Agenda Item 48, which would enter the board into the national lawsuit against social media companies. We have all borne witness to the ravaging destruction and crippling of our youth at the hands of social media. We've seen it destroy both social and academic careers of our youth nationwide. Sarasota is no exception. Whether it's the increase in depression, anxiety, suicide, or the decrease in sleep, academic success, and attendance, social media has become a real and active threat to the development of youth everywhere. It is fundamental that Sarasota takes this stance. Thus, I urge all board members to vote in the affirmative. While on the topic of technology in the classroom, it's important to highlight the equal threat that mobile devices pose in our classrooms. As we know, Florida law now states that students are not to use cell phones and social media during instructional time. Sadly, due to the failed administration at Riverview High School, we continue to remain in non-compliance, but this trend is consistent in other schools as well. It is time to follow through on this policy and enforce the cell phone restrictions during instructional hours. Other districts have followed through and in return have received decreases in bullying, Tier 1 interventions, and overall disturbances in class. Additionally, some districts even experienced 6+% increases in test scores after banning cell phones. Let's push back on the corruption of the next generation by voting yes on item 48, and let's remove the distractions by enforcing cell phone restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anya Dermison, I believe, or Dennison? Please pronounce your name and welcome to the podium, followed by William Harless with Hannah Knowlton on deck, please. Thank you.
I'm Anya, a Pineview graduate. It's the first board meeting of 2024, and everyone in Sarasota's resolution seems to me to ban Bridget. Why can't you understand? It's over. Bridget, when tens of millions of people across the entire world tell you that you're failing the students you serve, and you still refuse to quit your job, why don't you understand you're done? You make your students spend their Tuesday nights in a boardroom, standing outside in the rain for 2 hours, instead of studying. They're growing up fighting for themselves instead of learning. Be serious.
William Harless, welcome to the podium, please. Hannah Knowlton, please be on deck, followed by Sand Armstrong, please.
Good evening. My name is William Harless. I am a Venice High School graduate and a tax-paying resident of Sarasota County. Let it be known that Miss Bridget Ziegler posted this onto her Facebook. A quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that says, quote, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." Well, Bridget, our students, our community, and our state has accepted far too much disappointment in our so-called leaders, and especially in you. And we won't lose the infinite hope that you will resign. I've seen many of my own teachers leave the state, which further contributes to Sarasota's inequitable funding and opportunities amongst our schools. Yet somehow, these issues remain unaddressed by you. It is ironic how you proudly celebrate yesterday's holiday, yet stand directly against every belief Dr. King has unapologetically stood for. You have continued to stand for nothing but censorship, hatred, and fascism. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would be condemning you for your advocacy for book bans, your purposeful ignorance and whitewashing of history, and your push for dividing and pitting people against one another. So allow me to educate you. Remember, Bridget, this is from Dr. Martin Luther King himself. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one indirectly or directly affects all indirectly. Every day, our community and students are suffering at the direct cause of you. Therefore, if you truly believe in Dr. King's beliefs and actually have respect for the community that you serve, then you ought to resign. Thank you for your time.
Hannah Knowlton, welcome to the podium, followed by Sand Armstrong with Rick Knowlton on deck, please.
Hi, I'm Hannah Knowlton, a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School, and as FDR said, the real safeguard of democracy is education. The actions of the school board, particularly Bridget, desecrate not only the ideals of education, but in turn the future of our democracy. Two ways our education is being disserviced is by creating distractions for teachers and students through the pushing of a culture war, and by outright blocking education on subjects that do not align with an agenda. This is the opposite of keeping politics out of education. Our teachers and students are forced to weigh their priorities on a delicate scale. Respecting students or your job, only being called by a legal name, or having the school air your choices to parents and peers. Those who jump through these hoops, for example, using a nickname, further waste their time and their parents' time with paperwork and phone calls. Those who don't jump through the hoops, regardless of reason, are left in a school far from comfortable or safe and doing the opposite of promoting a learning environment. These processes are an utter distraction, purely justified by an agenda to make self-expression and respect as difficult as possible under the title of fighting a culture war. The second offense against our education is a meticulous dumbing down of the next generation of students. Not only is this done by making schools more hostile, but it is also done through aggressive rhetoric going as far as disabling teaching subjects. If you are promoting censorship of education for subjects integral to classes like AP Psychology, if schools aren't having the same festivities for Black or Latino heritage events, if LGBT history is being censored at mass, and you are literally banning books, all under the same talking points that are being used to ban AP Black history from Florida schools, while pushing good teachers out of our county, you are not doing your job as a school board member. You are not letting students learn an objective history of their country. You are not promoting critical thinking in your country or county. You are not upholding the values of education or the values of democracy. If the only way you can push your agenda is to prey on the fears of parents and dumb down education, making the next generation of voters less intelligent, you do not deserve to be representing our community in a republic. If even your peers, Bridget, think you should step down from the school board, you are only representing your personal gain from a position of power. Thank you.
Sandra Armstrong. Welcome to the podium, followed by Rick Knowlton with Marcy Jack on deck, please.
Yeah, there's an I on the end of that, Sandy Armstrong.
It's a little odd, but thank you for correcting me.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say, Superintendent Connor, I really appreciated what you were talking about, your first 100 days, and I think we're happy to have you here. I haven't decided yet, but one of the things you talked about, you said a supportive environment. And as I've said up here before, I'm really concerned that we do figure out how to have a supportive environment. All of you school board members, and you know, there's a law, and it's like, don't say gay, and we can't have honest AP history, that sort of thing. But you've got to figure out how can these young Black, brown students, these young LGBT students, how can they begin to feel safe? You've heard some of them say they don't feel safe. I don't think that's how any one of you want this to be here. I don't think that's how you want our schools, but they don't. You know, when they talk to us, they don't. Teachers are saying, I'm afraid to be who I am. I'm afraid to say who I am. If I say, hi, I'm married to a woman, will I get fired? People are quitting. You know, we need more teachers. So somehow y'all have to figure out, how do we make this safe? And I'm going to just keep saying it for our kids. How do we really make it a supportive environment? It's easy to put it as a bullet point, you know, on our when you're showing all of us. But how can we do that? And how can we make diversity okay? How can we make diversity okay? Not everybody's going to be like me. Not everybody's going to be like you. So please, really honestly, do be here to support all of our families and all of our students. Because otherwise, it just denigrates and humiliates them. And as some people have spoken out, we have a higher incidence of these children feeling denigrated and humiliated, trying to commit suicide, and some of them make it. And it's heartbreaking when that happens. So we need to figure out how can we have them in our schools and not feel intimidated and not feel frightened. One of the things that Martin Luther King said, that somebody I think already said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And so I'm really heartwarmed that a lot of people are starting to come out, and I suspect a lot of people that just didn't even vote in that last August election. So at the end of our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. So we need to speak up. You all have to speak up. You all have to figure out how to make this safe, make this a wonderful place for all of us. I know everybody in this room wants our schools to be good and really to be tops. Thank you.
Rick Knowlton, welcome to the podium. Do we have Rick Knowlton? Marcy Jack, please, followed by Hannah Silva. Welcome.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Marcy Jack. I'm a resident of Sarasota, and I would like to congratulate you, Superintendent Connor, on the accomplishments you've had over these first 100 days, especially with all of the distractions, the recent distractions, and the hypocrisy that is sitting right here with Bridget Ziegler. This is unimaginable to me to think that you, the rest of you, that you've had a meeting and you've decided that you want to remove Mrs. Ziegler. She has refused that, and then you're not doing anything more to make that happen. I implore you to follow Mr. Edwards and petition the governor to remove Mrs. Ziegler from her position. She doesn't deserve it. She is terrible at her job, as a wise man once said. And it's time to go, Bridget. You are such a distraction. Look at the people that here that just truly don't want you to be running this school district. It's not fair. You are not a good leader, and it's really time for you to go. So set aside your pride and hit the road.
Hannah Silva, followed by Lisa Scher with Jerry Rippo on deck, please.
Hi there, my name is Hannah Silva, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. Good evening, Ms. Ziegler. I just wanted to let you know that I had to leave my academic Olympics competition early today and had to wait 2 to 3 hours so I could tell you once again how unfit you are to serve on this board. For a county known for its educational prowess, the policies you've created and enforced have damaged this reputation immensely in the eyes of the students you're meant to represent. Because of your policies, teachers can no longer give basic respect to their students, regardless of their personal beliefs. A friend of mine who is trans and goes by a different name had to go through being dead-named constantly by teachers who he knew would have supported him privately. But due to a fear of losing their job just because of a name, they were forced to treat my friend with anything but the respect he deserves. He dreaded coming to school, and his grades dropped drastically because of the trauma and pain that came with being reminded of his dead name. While you take the credit and praise for high test scores in grade A schools, you allow our most vulnerable students to fall down through the cracks because you believe that teachers cannot give their students the decency of respecting their identity. While the hate group you founded had the audacity to evoke the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on his holiday, you rip away his story from the curriculum and make a desperate attempt to erase the history of the civil rights movement from the memories of students, leaving those of us who are students of color to feel unsafe and unrepresented when discussing the past of this nation in the classroom. Your support in underfunding our public schools by turning to a universal voucher program has made it clear to all of us that you are not on this board to represent the students, but instead to line your pockets and represent the interests of your political supporters. The image of Sarasota County's school system has been shattered in the eyes of students and the rest of the world thanks to the work you've put in to derail education and make our schools your political playground. Enough is enough, Bridget. Your time here is done.
Lisa Scher, welcome to the podium, followed by Jerry Rippo. If you could please be ready with Pam Nolan on deck, please.
My name is Lisa Scher. I'm the proud mother of a graduate of Sarasota County Public Schools, and I'm one of the co-founders of Support Our Schools, a nonprofit dedicated to saving public education from privatization and defunding. During the ongoing and unresolved Bridget Ziegler debacle, it is wonderful to see our school administration, led by Superintendent Connor, moving forward to improve the educational outcomes of our public students. I watched the work session today, and it was great to see us moving in the right direction. While I may not always agree with your decisions, Mr. Connor, it's clear that you've hit the ground running, and we're now seeing some very positive momentum forward, as evidenced by the presentations made in today's workshop. We have high hopes that the strategies that are being put into place now will yield significant improvements in student outcomes soon. There's nothing like setting the house on fire and then calling the fire department, which is what you have done, Mrs. Ziegler. Have no doubt, You put the targets on the backs of our educators and administrators who are leaving in droves with your actions at the Leadership Institute, Moms for Liberty, and most importantly, in your role on the Sarasota County School Board and your work in partnership with Governor DeSantis and his lackeys in the Florida legislature. As for the LGBT community, including students, parents, and community leaders, you've not only put a target on their backs, but you've pulled the trigger. Just think what would have happened if you had put half as much effort into improving our public schools as you have into inflaming culture wars in Sarasota and across the United States. But since you didn't even put your own kids in public school, that tells us pretty much everything we need to know. There's no place for you on the Sarasota County School Board. Please resign. I'd like to end on a positive note. I was very graciously invited to attend the Sea Alliance Pizza and Preparation workshop tonight. And I've sat here tonight and I've heard these young people speak, and it has renewed my faith in humanity. You will hear a young man speak tonight. I worked with them at the Sea Alliance on their speech. I didn't add anything to it, that's for sure. And what they said to me moved me to tears, and I'm not a crier, so that was really something. I urge you to listen to what these young people are saying. They are the future. I often wonder, because I'm getting tired of coming to these meetings, as is everyone else, and I often find myself thinking, why am I doing this? What, you know? And they told me why I'm doing this. We're doing it for them, for the students, for the young people. Thank you.
Jerry Ripa, welcome, followed by Pam Nolan. And if Marjorie Peter could be ready on deck, please.
Jerry Ripa here. The term book banning is a current talking point in the media soundbite, being used by many as a sensational kind of fear-driven imagery that stirs up the uninformed. There's no such practice in Sarasota County schools. However, there is a clear and state-regulated review system which determines the curriculum and supplement materials are allowed in the public education. As you know, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, materials in any district media center and classroom must be approved by a master-level media specialist who reviews the material based on the clear guidance mandated by the state benchmark. If anybody wants to know those guidelines, they can contact the school district or the state Department of Education. If a teacher wants to bring supplement material into the classroom, there's a process that is in place with the appropriate form that every teacher must fill out and the principal approved. These forms are correspondent with the benchmarks that are already mandated by the state. Acting outside of these guidelines is not allowed. Our schools are not a public library or Amazon.com where you can get anything you want with no questions asked. But there is a public held entity that is regulated by the law and public policy. All materials must comply with those standards. If something has entered the system by mistake or ignorant, it must be removed by law. As a district, I believe that you are following the law. No personal opinions have been used and policies generating with catchphrases. I think as we were talking today about students reading, I think the third grade is important to give those children the ability to read. It's the tool for them to grow. If the school system just did reading, our children could prosper just by that alone. And I appreciate all the people here working to work on those kids and getting them to read and bringing our students up to standards. And one of the people spoke today that said that they can take a child and within a few hours bring them up in their standards. And that's what we need to do. Our schools need to be teaching our kids to read. Once they read, the world is open to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Nolan, welcome, followed by Marjorie Peter. If you could please be ready, and Alex Lieberman on deck. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pam Nolan, a taxpayer and registered voter here in Sarasota County, so your constituent. I'm here today to stand up for our students, teachers, and administration in calling for the now absent Mrs. Ziegler's resignation. Had a nice little excoriation of her laid out here. And I had a fortunate instance waiting out here in line tonight. The people ahead of me were from a totally opposite political view. We're two different parties, but they also saw that this was a distraction, a diversion, and they also felt from the opposite side that this distraction should be removed. And as a matter of fact, the party of which I am not a member had a related person that they saw had to be removed so that they have a job to do, and they're pretty serious about doing it, and they're moving forward doing it. So I call on board members Enos, Rose, and Marinelli to follow through on their December 12th vote and petition the governor to remove her from the board. She may hope she can just ride it out and it'll fade away in the next news cycle. But I am here today to let everyone know that I and my counterparts will persist to keep this request before the board as long as she remains. It's now 9:10, and this is not going to stop. Think about it. Thank you.
Marjorie Peter, welcome to the podium, followed by Alex Lieberman with August Ray on deck.
Hello again. My name's Marjorie Peter, resident since '87 and still the mother of 3 boys who graduated from the district. And unfortunately, they live in other parts of the country, and they have told me that they are not even considering moving back to Sarasota because they're worried about the school system. So now it's really getting personal for me because I've got 7 grandkids. But let's start with the positive. I want to give a shout out to the terrific teachers working at Tuttle, teaching those Tuttle turtles who speak English, Spanish, Ukrainian, Portuguese, you name it, how to read. They're carving out little tables in the hallways, sometimes with chairs, sometimes they're sitting on the floor, but by God, they're doing it, and kudos to them. Which leads me a little bit to the workshop, which I watched a portion of today, and I thank you for the cooperation that was demonstrated there. My limited understanding is that I understand that the Reading Recovery Program will be phased out at the end of the year with the contention that it did not reach enough students. And the number shown on the screen was approximately 300 students per year, which I agree is a very low number and it's hard to move the needle. But what I did not see in the program being recommended were the specifics. You know, the experience, where's the track record of the new product, if you will, how many students will be impacted. I mean, surely you're going to get that before you consider the resources. You just need those stats to satisfy the taxpayers. But in the conversations on the board, sometimes I feel you have a problem because you have a lame duck. I doubt that suggestions and comments made by Ms. Ziegler can be taken too seriously because she's been compromised. The taint of hypocrisy has tarnished her effectiveness. So I hope the board will truly petition the governor to quickly appoint a replacement. We could meet that new board member who would then stand for election in August. And what a win-win situation that would be for all of us. Thank you.
Alex Lieberman, please come forward, followed by August Ray. Do we have Alex Lieberman? Do we have August Ray? Thank you, sir. If you could please come forward. And Neela, I believe it's Ravindran.
Hello, my name is August Ray, and I'm a senior at Sarasota High School. Within my 4 years in high school, I have attended 2 separate schools, experienced 2 hospitalizations, and endured a global pandemic. Yet, out of all of that, the most detrimental thing to happen to my education, by far, was the policing of it by people who haven't set foot in a high school classroom in decades. The youngest board member here graduated 24 years ago. The oldest graduated 54 years ago. Because it's been so long since you've been a student, let me break it down for all of you. Teachers are supposed to respect, encourage, and cultivate the growth of their students. I am so sick of hearing the same tired old speech about teachers indoctrinating students, forcing their political agendas onto us. But let's face it, if my teachers can't even get me to do my homework on time, how would they be able to change what I believe in? So what we don't hear enough about, however, is how the school board changes what the teachers believe in. Teachers used to believe in supporting their students, in respecting them. They used to have their students' best interest in mind. Now it's so much harder for them to express that. It's hard to respect someone when you can't address them by a name that feels comfortable for them, when you can't introduce queer role models into the curriculum, when you can't recommend books with characters that are like them and share experiences with them. I'd like to think that most teachers still believe in this, but the sad reality is that many of the teachers who do care are leaving this county, and even this state, to find jobs in areas where they can actually support their students. Good teachers are leaving our county because you are driving them out. Let me repeat that, just in case I didn't make myself abundantly clear. You have no idea what being a student is like anymore, and because you don't care enough to learn, good teachers are leaving this county. And when it comes down to choosing between good teachers and board members that don't even visit the schools they are meant to represent, looking at you, Bridget, I think we all know which ones we prefer. So if there were to be any takeaway from my speech, let it be a reminder that we the people are your employers, that we the people pay your salary, and that we the people are the ones who will replace you if you don't put in the effort to do your jobs. So finally, in a last-ditch effort to ensure that you all are listening to and comprehending what I have to say, let me put it in the words of a hit song from your generation. In the words of Hall & Oates, you're out of touch, I'm out of time.
Neela Ravindran, welcome, followed by Jessica Thomason, and with Sheila Weiss on deck, please.
I'm a Sarasota County School student. I'm a queer Sarasota County School student, and I got called an abomination and a perversion today. And you know what? That just exemplifies why for the last 2 years, since this county passed the laws restricting discussion of queer and trans students, it's been my lifeline to appear straight, because if I appeared straight, then I wouldn't get in trouble. I wouldn't get, subjected to this board-sanctioned harassment and hate speech, to the terrifying laws that this board has sanctioned that students have been talking about all day today. I just want to remind you all of a quote that Dr. King said. One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. And one of these unjust laws, these amoral laws that you insist upon upholding, involves outing a student. And that's one of the things I want to touch upon today. When a student is outed, here's what happens. They feel shame, rejection, fear, their autonomy and their right to privacy is taken away. They're thrown to the wolves, so to speak, with no regard to, their mental health. And with everything that's gone down with all the scandals that have been brought up in the board meeting today, Ms. Ziegler, I do think you've experienced some of the same. The media circus, the harping on a relationship that at the end of the day was private. On behalf of the Sarasota County Schools queer student community, we do not care that you had it that way. We do not care what you safely and consensually do behind closed doors. It does not affect your ability to legislate. What does affect that is the laws that you pass and the policies that you enact that are severely and actively hurting us. You are unfit to be on this board because your platform that you've taken immense pride in has demonized queerness as something dangerous. When Mr. Edwards, one of your fellow members, received death threats because he was gay, you were silent because he was dangerous. When queer teachers who can't display photos of their spouses were dangerous, the public had the right to know. Now that you've been on the other end, I ask you, what's more dangerous? Your blatant disregard for and disrespect for the students that you claim to represent, or the students themselves who are just trying to survive in the hostile climate created entirely by this board. The hypocrisy, the callousness, and frankly the ignorance are chilling. The system is broken and we must fix it. Resign.
Jessica Thomason, followed by Sheila Weiss with Xander Morris on deck, please.
Good evening, board members, and Mr. Connor. My name is Jessica Thomason. I'm the parent of 2 children in Sarasota County Schools. Have any of you Googled Sarasota County School Board lately? For all the pearl clutching about what is and isn't okay for our students to learn in schools, I wonder if it's occurred to anyone to ban Google from Sarasota County Schools. You'll have to ban every search engine going all the way back to Ask Jeeves if you want to erase this history. The kids know, everyone knows, it's embarrassing. You know what else is embarrassing is the fact that we have the audacity to talk about test scores and our A rating when we have kids being denied school lunch because their balance is in the negative. I just learned a few weeks ago that when a child's balance reaches negative $12, which is about a week of not paying for their lunch, that they're no longer allowed a hot lunch, and instead they're offered a cold cheese sandwich. And they're also charged 75 cents against their already indebted account for that sandwich. But don't worry, most of them are not going further into debt because most of them won't take it because they're too embarrassed, because it's a clear sign of poverty and they're embarrassed around their friends. So they pretend they're not hungry to save face, and then they come back to class, and they're expected to learn and focus and be resilient. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Florida. We should be ashamed of this. Suncoast Women of Action, I hope I got that right, graciously donated $1,000 towards paying off the lunch debt of our low-income students. And I thank them for that. Why can't we get like a GoFundMe or something on the district website so other generous citizens can donate if they'd like to? A lot of people learned about this and they wanted to help, but how can you? Every student every day, right? There's people willing to donate for that. Someone in my immediate family who I will not call out publicly has a habit of turning on the Roomba before they've picked up any of the stuff on the floor. And it looks good, right? It's fun to do that. It looks like you're doing something, but it's just not very effective. And that's what it's like trying to teach a kid to read when their stomach is growling. It just doesn't work. As someone else said tonight, no amount of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps works when you don't have boots. We need help in this county, and we're too proud to ask for it. Around 2010, we had 14,000 registered volunteers in Sarasota County schools. How many do we have now? Do we even know? A Google search on volunteering here tells me nothing except for the cost of fingerprinting. Nothing about why I should volunteer, how I can volunteer, nothing about it. People are willing to help, but you have to ask. We are so obsessed with image and our A rating, but how did we get that rating? What does it even mean? What does that A mean to a kid who's been refused a lunch and can't learn, and no one cares because they're not a third grader, I guess, so it doesn't really matter? Bridget, as expected, you're sitting up there, like all this will pass eventually, but that's not how this is gonna work. You'll hang on through at least July 22nd, we all know why. But the call for you to step down is not going to stop until you do the right thing. So I guess I'll see you next Tuesday.
Thank you. Sheila Weiss, welcome to the podium, followed by Xander Maurice and Daniel Lustig on deck, please.
Good evening, board members. Long day, I'm sorry, I'm going to continue it. I had the privilege of hearing Congresswoman Liz Cheney speak this morning. She was inspirational. And as she relayed her experiences about what happened after January 6th, it struck me that there really was a parallel between what she went through and what's going on in the school district today. Let me explain. Mrs. Cheney was asked why she ran in 2021 for her seat, knowing she most likely would lose. And she responded that it was vital to prove that her allegiance was to the state of Wyoming, to the U.S. Constitution, and to the democratic principles of our nation. She had to show that it was necessary to have courage in order to put country over party and self. Mrs. Ziegler, I ask you, where is your allegiance? Is your allegiance truly to bettering our Sarasota County Public Schools? Mrs. Cheney talked about her colleagues being held hostage to the false narrative from election deniers? Ms. Ziegler, I'm going to ask you, are you being held hostage by the false narratives from your political advisors? Are you being told to stay your course and that the chaos you created will magically disappear? Are you being told to stay to at least July 21st so that the governor can appoint somebody the day after, and that person can remain in your position for the rest of your term without going through an election? Could that be the reason you're staying? Mrs. Cheney, in addition, talked about the importance of supporting and caring and respecting others who have differing views, but who are honorable people working hard to do what's right in their jobs. Mrs. Ziegler, can you say your actions and words have been supportive, caring, and respectful of all the children and teachers in our school district, especially those with differing views, with alternative values, with unconventional lifestyles? Mrs. Ziegler, it's time to model Liz Cheney and let your actions reflect the words you have continually told us. You want transparency, you're here for the kids. Well, it's time to put the Sarasota Public School District above the party and above yourself, and it's time to show courage. It's time to resign.
Bridget, you have done such a bad job in such a big way that you forced Republicans and Democrats to actually agree on something. You are a threat and a disgrace to Sarasota. The people who've supported you no longer do, and the people who've opposed you aren't going anywhere. So what are you doing here? Why do you refuse to step down? You can't claim that you're here to serve your family because you send your kids to private schools outside of this district so that you can terrorize our community's children while knowing that yours will be fine. You can't claim you're here for our families because rich, poor, Republican, Democrat, nuclear, or gay as hell, everyone wants you to leave. No. You're still here because you believe that you're going to get away with what you've done. And it makes sense. Politicians have learned that they can be more than hypocritical, they can be diabolical and get away with it. But we're waking up, we're locking in, we're linking arms, and we're going to fight, Bridget, until Governor DeSantis realizes you're worthless to him now and removes you from your position. We, the people of Sarasota, are going to make an example out of you. Unqualified, unethical people are going to learn that our schools, our families, are not rungs on a career ladder. Our lives are not an opportunity to be taken advantage of. And now that we've all learned how vulnerable our schools, our students truly are to people like you, we're not going anywhere. We, the people of Sarasota, are here to stay. You, Bridget, are not.
Daniel Lustig with, I believe it is Kaya Sanchez, following with Esther Rockwell on deck,
Hello.
please.
Hello, Mrs. Ziegler. I see our paths have crossed once again. When I spoke at the first meeting, I thought a simple appeal to your humanity and a reference to history could reach you. I assumed incorrectly. I assumed you had a passion to solve the issues that affect the students of this county. I assumed our words would have made you realize, even if you see yourself in the right, you would set aside your pride and make sure the only focus this school board has is the betterment of the students. I am an FGCU student, and I still heard about this all the way in Fort Myers. Your actions don't just extend to this school district. Your actions have reached farther than even you might have expected. I know it may be nerve-wracking to step down. Maybe from your perspective, you have planted your feet and you will not fold. That is an admirable trait to some. To me and my fellow constituents, that is being too proud to admit you're being wrong, and that is a cardinal sin. I will end this speech with the politician's quote, the same as I did last time. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Do not fear being wrong. only fear staying wrong.
Kaya Sanchez, followed by Esther Rockwell with, I believe it is Ella Moulton on deck, please.
Hello, my name is Kayak Sanchez, by the way, I like the boat.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. It's nice to see all of you again. I'm Kayak Sanchez, a student from Collier County, far from home again, and here to speak to Mrs. Ziegler. And I want to talk about being a trans student in Florida. I know, but let me speak for a moment. I'm a trans boy, specifically. I know we aren't mentioned very often. I kind of break the mold and destroy the arguments against trans women, so I understand why you don't like to mention me. But I'm here to tell you I exist too. I was 6 years old, when I first started praying to God to make me a boy. I hadn't heard of gender ideology or transness. Trust me, if you'd asked me what those words meant, I'd have blanched at you. All I knew was on the inside, I am a boy. I started out confused, then I became angry. I was a kid. Why did God put me in the wrong body? I asked myself. Why did you do this to me? I begged him to answer. It took years before I realized he created me to be different, to be diverse, to be a voice for the world, to say we are all created fearfully and wonderfully by God. That's a Psalms quote to help jog your memory. And I deserve to live the way God created me to live, happy as a man. With you as a mom and as a school board member, and me as a son and as a student. I just have a simple question to ask you. What do you stand for? Just think about it for a second. Is it justice? Is it freedom? Is it God? Is it liberty, maybe? Parental freedoms. Those are all things you've taken away from me and my family. Your words, your actions, the legislation you stand for impact real people and real students. I am a real person. I am a real student. Do you recognize that? I recognize your humanity and I respect it, which is why I was hesitant to ask you to step down during my last speech. I hated to disrespect you. But I've had some time to think. You've taken away my freedoms to be happy as a trans kid in school. By advocating for bills, by being a mom for liberty, by the stances you take on this school board, you've done that to me even when I live counties away. Why do you have the right to sit there as a school board member when you've taken away my rights to be myself, to be human and be happy as such, to be a trans student, to be a trans kid, to be anything? You've taken that away from me. So I'm here to say, maybe even beg, as I begged God a decade ago, step down, Mrs. Ziegler. Those who take away our freedoms while enjoying their own don't deserve to represent us. Thank you.
Esther Rockwell, welcome to the podium, followed by Ella Moulton with William James, I believe it's DeBrow on deck, please.
Hi, school board. My name is Esther Rockwell. I lived in Sarasota for 38 years and paid taxes there. I have 4 sons, 8 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. And my oldest great-grandson is becoming a doctor. First of all this negativism is against Bridget. I want to thank Bridget for doing the job that she's doing. What she's doing is she's trying to bring back conservatism, family life back to America. And this is happening everywhere. Take a look around. We're changing from a liberal country to a conservative one. And that's what she was trying to do. And that's why she was elected, because of her conservative stance. And what is so negative about bringing back family life, bringing back wholesomeness back into the schools? Is there anything wrong with that? When I was going to school, which is many years ago, obviously, if anybody brought a pornographic book or a book or any kind of curriculum into the schools, she would have been fired. He or she would have been fired. Today, we consider banning books, censorship, for what? For taking away pornographic books and literature from our children? That's something that was automatically done. It was never accepted. And suddenly now, through euphemism, we change the content of the word. We take something bad and try to make it good. Today, good is evil and evil is bad. Evil is bad, evil is good is considered now. We change everything. Again, going back to when I was growing up, we were taught the basic stuff in school. We were taught math, history, literature, all of the things that we needed to know. We didn't need to know whether or not your gender is real or not. Where did they get this idea from? We never had any of that. We never had homosexuals in our schools. And if we did, we never saw them, never heard from them.
Excuse me.
And what did our life was like? Did we have suicides? Did we have children bringing guns
Thank
into
you.
school? We had none of that.
Thank you, Mrs. Rockwell. Ella.
I didn't criticize you.
Ella Moulton. Ella Moulton, please come to the podium. Thank you, Mrs. Rockwell. Your time is up. It is, thank you. Ella Moulton, I don't see Ella. William James DeBrow. And if we could maintain a level of respect, a lot of you come to the podium and talk about respect, but I don't always see it in the audience behavior, and I'm respectfully asking for it with consistency. Thank you.
So much to say, so little time. So I'll open up with what I've written down.
Good. Please say your name, sir.
William Dobrow, Sarasota resident, taxpayer, voter. Dear Sarasota School Board members and Superintendent Connor, there's been discussion regarding recent school board meetings and the opportunity to provide for Sarasota residents to express their concerns and suggestions to the board on various issues. We agree with that last comment, with the comments made at the last meeting by board member Robin Marinelli regarding the desire to keep the public speaking portion of the meetings less political in the future. In this spirit, we would like to suggest that anybody wishing to speak at future school board meetings provide proof of Sarasota residency along with a photo ID and an attestation perhaps appended to this form here, that anything that they will present as fact will be true. So we feel, we would feel that this would prevent unnecessary waste of time and provide more civility during the speaker and public comment portion of the meetings by keeping special interest groups from disrupting our Sarasota taxpayer-funded meetings with the unhinged rants from non-resident speakers we've had to endure in the past. Thank you for your time and consideration and great work you continue to provide for our children and their parents. We hope you adopt our suggestions as soon as possible to enable courteous and productive speaker and public comment sessions going forward. Okay, looks like I might have a couple minutes, or 1 minute. So I will go to the last meeting and a claim made by one of the speakers there that Mrs. Ziegler had voted against or in favor of the remapping that took place. That was incorrect. That was a lie. And I know, how do I know that's a lie? Because I was sitting in that chair right there.
Please address the board, sir.
I know that was a lie because I was sitting in the front row of that chair right in the second to the last chair right there. So with this law being told, I'm wondering how much other stuff gets told that we have to wonder about and fact check. I don't have time to do it. I'm not interested in doing it, but I do know that that was not true.
Thank you, sir. Julie Forrester, if you could please come forward. Followed by Nora Mitchell. I believe I have 2 cards for Nora Mitchell. If I'm incorrect in reading the name, please inform. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Good evening, board members. My name is Julie Forrester, and I'm here tonight as a guardian to my niece who is currently enrolled in Sarasota County Public Schools. I'm also a mom to a rising kindergartner as well as an almost 3-year-old. I think it is important to point out that there are a million things that I would rather be doing on a Tuesday night, like being home with my family or literally being anywhere else. Mrs. Ziegler, I really can't believe you have the nerve to still sit on this school board after all of the harm that you have caused. Among many other terrible policies, under your leadership, this school board has supported the privatization and underfunding of our schools by supporting a universal voucher program, which you yourself personally and directly financially benefited from. Let me say that again. Mrs. Ziegler used our tax dollars to undercut our public education system in a way that directly financially benefited her, and now I'm witnessing the effects of that firsthand. As the mom of a rising kindergartner who is in the process of finding the best son for my school next year, I want to tell you how this is affecting me. I called one of the best schools in the district last week only to find out that they can't give tours anymore because they don't have enough staff to hire anyone else because of the hiring freeze. I can't tell you how sad it makes me that when talking to one of the best schools in the district about how they will ensure my son's social and emotional needs are met, all they can tell me is that there are therapists and behavioral specialists to assist children who are displaying troubled behaviors. The thing is, I wasn't inquiring about how they deal with troubled children. I was inquiring about how they will keep kids from needing behavioral specialists in the first place. But now, because under your leadership, social and emotional learning has essentially become an expletive, this has become the standard answer I get from public schools when asking these questions. Like many other families, one of the reasons I decided to have a family in Sarasota County was the great public schools. However, now I am filled with so much trepidation about sending my son to public school here, and the responses I'm getting from the schools that I have visited aren't making me feel any better. The saddest part of this is that this was the intention behind the Universal Voucher Program and has been the intention of Mrs. Ziegler and Moms for Liberty all along. That is, to render the public school system ineffective at meeting the needs of parents and students and make the argument for privatization. That's why you send your children to private school, because you do not believe in the public school system that you represent. However, Mrs. Ziegler, while you may have been effective in getting these things done previously, this whole scandal has rendered you ineffective and incapable at doing what you used to be able to do. You have lost the respect of the people who at one point supported you. You don't strike me as someone who would be okay.
It appears that I have 2 cards that read as Nora Mitchell. Do we have a Nora Mitchell or anyone? Thank you for sharing that. And our last speaker, welcome Ann McClure.
Thank you. My name's Ann McClure. I'm a Sarasota County resident. I'm also a former high school English teacher in a public school. And I just wanted to mention to everybody that without really knowing what to do about it, except imploring you to put some pressure on each other to have a upstanding school board, that public school teachers, public school librarians, public school counselors, all are state-certified educators. It is not a requirement to be a state-certified educator to be on the school board. The school board's job is to support the teachers, the librarians, and the counselors. And that means by taking their expertise into account and giving it the due credit that is due. It seems that, from what I can understand, that at least one of your school board members, specifically Ms. Ziegler, is not really qualified as an educator and therefore should not have the kind of influence that has been tried to be exerted over the school board and the Sarasota County Schools. I'm going to keep it short because I just really wanted to register one more opinion in favor of upgrading the school board by asking the school board to put pressure on Ms. Ziegler to withdraw and also to put pressure on the governor to appoint somebody else. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, and I see that Mr. Edwards would like to speak. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking everyone who has come out this past year, frankly, to speak both pro and con on all of the issues that the school board has been facing this past year. I want to point out that for me, as a school board member, public comments are an important part of how I make my decisions. I will also point out to you that as a very new school board member, a person who came in to ridicule me and in fact still chases me on social media and calls me a clown, brought to my attention about third grade reading scores. So it's really important to listen to people, to listen what people have to say, whether you agree with them or not, and then also not to grunt or make noises when you disagree with somebody. I think you should focus and pay attention and listen. Having said that, I am going to remain firm in my position to ask for Mrs. Ziegler's resignation once again. And the reason is exactly the same as when I spoke to the press weeks ago before the last meeting. It's evident that distraction is what we're facing here. It's evident that distraction changed some other issues in the party here in Florida, and that's what I'm most concerned about. And when it comes down to what I hear all the time on this board is that we lead with excellence. I hear that all the time. I hear that from my fellow board members. Sarasota leads with excellence. This is not excellence. It's just not. And so I will once again ask for Mrs. Ziegler's resignation and then leave it up to my fellow board members.
Do I have any other comments before we proceed? Ms. Marinelli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all the 60-plus speakers that we had tonight, and I do listen, and I try to look at you, but I can see better on my monitor. So I want you to know that I'm watching you and listening, but I look at you on the monitor. So I want to say, though, that listening to today's workshop and the presentation, that I'm very excited about what is going on, and I can speak for myself as a board member, that student achievement and a student's well-being is the utmost importance to me. And one of my former students, as the counselor at Southside Elementary, who I haven't seen in many, many years, but as soon as the name was said, I knew exactly, and I pictured her back as a kindergarten through fifth grader. And I'd like to think that I helped you in whenever you needed. Well, I'm glad in a way. Thank you, Sarah. So anyway, when I do listen, I struggle when hardly anything is mentioned about student achievement. And I struggle when people don't think that I care about all kids. But I am a constitutional officer, and I have to follow the mandates. It doesn't matter if I like them or I don't like them. And I'll be very honest, some of them I don't like. But I will follow what has to be said. But getting back to today's workshop was so positive, and all the things that are going to be happening in our schools. I can't wait for this school year to proceed. And when we talk about the customer service and the whole Studer model that's going to be brought, that focuses on the positive and how all of us treat everyone. And I'm going to model that. I've always felt like I have modeled that because I've had the Studer training many years ago that was in the school district that Wilma Hamilton brought here. And I talked to our superintendent about that. And he listens. He listens to the community. He listens to me as a school board member. He listens to teachers. And we have excellent teachers in this district. They work very, very hard and they care about their students. And I think getting systems in place, focusing on student achievement and student well-being, that's what I'm committed to. That's why I was elected. And I'm going to model that. I'm going to support every teacher, every counselor, every behavior specialist, every cafeteria, every bus driver. I will continue to support every single staff member, and I will continue to support every single student. But that is the main focus, and I just was so appreciative of all the hard work, and we still have staff. It's almost 10 o'clock, and they'll be back at work before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we've had almost 3 hours of public comment. That's okay. People have heard me say before, I'm a night owl. It's not going to stop me doing the business of the school board. If I'm here till midnight, great. Because that's what I'm committed to, and what was presented today about the whole organization and about student achievement and what is going on. We're not hiding anything. We know there's difficulty with third grade reading. We know there's difficulty with ESE. We know we have students that are struggling, not hiding it. But I have the utmost faith in our superintendent, our staff, everybody at the schools. They're going to work their hardest for the students. So I want to thank you, Ms. Superintendent Connor, and your staff and all our teachers for the hard work. And I am so excited to see the changes that are coming, because it's been 7 years that some of this stuff has been going on. And I'm really glad that we're going to be addressing it for our students. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Enos, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the comments. I listen to the comments also. As growing up here, graduating from here, my kids all graduated from here. I'm pretty much doing everything under the sun. I truly appreciate it. One other thing, though, is that being a law enforcement officer for 32 years, I'm ultimately going to follow the law, try to make common sense decisions based on what's being presented, and based upon that what's being presented. I know today it came up in reference to, in regarding to the governor's letter. One of the things that the board had addressed was reference to that stuff should be placed in advance, and so that we'll be able to review it prior to having it or to being able to bring it up on the agenda, which had been discussed on multiple times. Secondly, when I look at the situation, which I had spoke to legal counsel multiple times in reference to the situation, is whether or not that this was a removal offense from the governor's office. And if you look in the resolution, it says in there, this is not like a regular board or the RPOF or any of those things where by the majority or vote that they can remove another board member. So you have to look at, which is presented in the resolution, which is Article 4, subsection section. Section 7 basically states what they can remove, what the governor can remove a constitutional officer. And when you look at those things, this does not rise to that level. In the attorney's opinion, it does not rise to that level. I am not going to send something to the governor. It would be like when I was investigating cases, I'm not going to send something in just to send something in when I know that there was not probable cause, or there was nothing there that, it'd be dereliction on my end to be able to do something like that. So with those two things, it was questioned, and I appreciate the people who actually said it, because at the end of the day, everybody is accountable for their actions, and everybody should be able to provide the reasoning why they spoke or they voted in the way that they did. The reason that I did, and this is this board member, is I'm going to make common sense decisions based upon all those things that I've said in the past, and it doesn't fit the statute in order for removal to send a letter. And then secondly, is that letter should have been presented as been requested prior to, as we went to, the chair did go to legal counsel asking whether or not we could review that letter or take a pause, in which it was stated that it wasn't presented prior. And so that's just the reason why I voted as this member, is that I don't believe that based upon that, what has occurred is that it is a removable offense, thus to send the letter to the governor, in this board's opinion, didn't have merit. I voted as I voted, which is what I stated the reason why I voted, because ultimately, if we look at tonight's events, it is a distraction to what's going on. But at the end of the day, I also said is that our mission is to make kids smarter. And that is what happened today in reference to having systems put into place and raising our education, looking at our ESC population, bringing those people up by putting that training, professional development, all of the things that we are supposed to do as a board. Ultimately, that is my commitment, is we're going to follow the law, and that we're going to do everything we can do in order to make sure that this is, without question, as in Sarasota, we should always lead and never follow. In this situation, it is not up to me of whether Ms. Ziegler resigns or not. It's up to Ms. Ziegler of whether she resigns, because that is the only person that makes a decision. But at the same time, we as a board, I value all opinions of all board members. I value as the public, is that we need to get down to the work, just like we did today as all 5 board members, into making sure that we're doing everything we could possibly do in order to go towards the mission, which is to make our kids smarter and to give them the best opportunity, because Florida does rank towards the bottom, reference to education. But in Sarasota County, we've never been that way, nor will I expect that we ever will be that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Thank you. I too want to thank everyone for coming. I do also listen. I may grunt because I think I took some notes. It's concerning that there are certain statements, and I'll overview them at the end, that are not accurate, and it concerns me because if you go back to today's discussion, when we're trying to build morale and trust, it is frustrating when it comes to academic items, as where I'm keeping my comments in this area, appropriate to this arena, where there isn't accurate information out there, and I think it causes a strain. And so I want to make sure we do address those, and maybe, and I may actually not have the correct information. And so I'm going to do that at the end. Before that, I wanted to highlight a couple people mentioned my time and tenure here. And I'll say that today's workshop was amazing. And it makes me, I had a phone call afterwards, and it gives me so much hope and happiness because I have been on this board for almost 10 years. And it was a very different board makeup. We're not always going to agree, but I come in every single day, as I did since 2014, regardless of what happened at the prior workshop or prior meeting where there were disagreements or any maybe dissenting votes. I have come in every single day with the focus to work together as a board, to focus our mission, what our mission is, where we can agree and focus on academics. And I think what has been disheartening over the years was there were areas that before, I think, prior to any of the board members up here, that I would raise, but did not really seem that it was very, particularly around ESE and particularly around reading. While there were conversations about it, we didn't really move forward. It seemed that there was a real resistance to, while we should celebrate that A, and I know that was mentioned again, we've maintained the A over 12 plus years, and that should be applauded, but that shouldn't mean that we can't address the really critical issues that are underneath, that are really, that many students for decades have not been able to achieve the outcomes that they deserve and they can achieve if we really honed in and focus. And so if you fast forward to even my colleague Mrs. Rose and I over the last, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years, had continuously raised the issue of literacy and ESE, and really at that time did not have a board that really supported getting our hands dirty, rolling up our sleeves and having an honest conversation about it. And it is my opinion the prior superintendent was not willing to go to that level. And so if you think about, yes, there was changeover and there was disruption, we had a new board, they were ready to take some action. We went through a superintendent search, and I will say again, I know I did not support you, but I said I will be happy. Well, I didn't vote for you, but I just always will support you, and I'll be happy to say that I was wrong about that. And I will say every day proves that you are doing an exceptional job, and I couldn't be more happy about that. And today is a perfect example. Many of the hires that you brought on. I think there was something that was stated about one of our newest members of staff. They're a doer and they're ready to run through walls and get stuff done. And it was so clearly executed today. And so I couldn't be more optimistic about things that I think have held this district back for a really long time. And it's not because we are filled with amazing, inspirational, hardworking, committed educators and members of staff, but there are areas that really didn't allow us to progress. And so if you look at the work of this board during the day, I hope people do get the opportunity to see that, because it is inspiring. It gives me hope. It should give everyone hope. And it should really bridge those areas of maybe misunderstandings or lack of trust or morale, because I do believe there's so much more commonality in us rowing in the right direction to support our staff and our teachers and our families to achieve the goal for every child to be academically successful. I also want to say thank you to staff who has been here since wee hours in the morning and are still here tonight. And they have really, really, really important jobs, and they keep plugging along. So I just want to highlight that while I know that people can be frustrated about some things, when it comes down to items that we are focused on as a board, at the business of this board, today's workshop is a perfect example of the things that we continue to focus on and will continue to get done. And I am very, very optimistic about what will come ahead in the next coming months. If I can, a couple things that I want to highlight, and we can, if Madam Chair, if you would just jot them down. I don't know as far as future workshops. The item of school lunches, I think, has come up a bit. I don't know what's accurate, what's not. I know it's been a long day, but I want to make sure we clear that. And if there is something, as far as if there's a change with the federal grant coming in and how that's impacting our families and our students, I think all of us would love to know. And then perhaps we can figure out a solution for that. I know you already mentioned the Venice High School parking. I do want to say, and we'll talk about this when we go to item, I don't know, 48 maybe, 48. But the bell-to-bell cell phone, I don't want to use the word ban. I'm trying to find a synonym. But I'll use it that we have discussed as at this board dais. I've probably brought up since starting in 2017. We have come a little bit farther, but I believe it's been stated. I know I adamantly believe, and needs to be done the correct way, but I think there's a great opportunity for us to really have a workshop discussion, because I think that's going to take some dialogue with families. I think there's trepidation around that, but I think we can solve those with communication. But I do believe we have a great opportunity to lead as a district. Other districts have implemented a softer version, but I think we're still falling short. So the cell phone restrictions from bell to bell is something I know was raised, and I think it's a great opportunity to have that discussion in the future. And then I just kind of have a mini fact check of the superintendent. So I know these words are used oftentimes, lots of words are used to trigger emotion. So I just want to get down to brass tacks as far as what's fact or fiction. In this school district, are we banning any books? Have we banned any books? Can we get that on the record?
To my knowledge, we have not banned any books.
Okay. Thank you. As far as this past year, we recently adopted our social studies new curriculum. Is that correct? In that, are we allowing the teaching, I believe it is actually a requirement, of slavery and civil rights?
Per state standards, yes, those topics are covered.
Okay. As far as, I'm sorry, as far as, and this, Mr. Edwards brought this up, and I think this is important, there's a lot of discussion about teachers leaving, teacher retention. So I think that's something from a future standpoint, so we have a real quantifiable number. I will say that it's no secret this is happening nationally. It's not a Florida thing. It's not a Sarasota thing. There's many industries, but teachers is a huge area of that we see with natural attrition. But I think we need to have an actual measurable number so we can really do a comparison and have educated conversations. Because again, a lot of these are emotional, like they can be emotionally triggering, and they're important. But we need to all be having a common language so that we're clear about moving forward. And then this part I don't know. I mentioned school lunches. As far as our enrollment, and I know there's a lot of discussion about privatization, again, buzzword, but when it comes down to the expansion, the state's expansion of school choice, how has our enrollment been since that has expanded in the last year? And to be fair, I'm asking him like after a long day, and I know you don't have this data necessarily in front of you, but.
So from last calculation, we were down about 150 students from actuals from last year. So in terms of projections, because we base our budget in the spring on a projection of what we think we're going to get. From the projection, we're down about 800 from what we thought, but
Gotcha.
Those were not real tangible numbers.
Right.
If you take the actual enrollment from last year to this year, date to date, we're down about 150 students. We have determined some of those students have left for private school. Some of those students have left the county. They have left the state. To tell you whether that is a direct result of HB1 and the universal vouchers, we will not know that until they release the Florida empowerment data to us. And Bonnie, I don't believe that we have those numbers as of today. So typically we would have that data, but we do not at this point. But when we get that information, it'll give us a clearer picture of who utilized the voucher, and we'll be able to share that information publicly.
And I think one of the items, and I'll wrap up, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that you mentioned is in your superintendent's report is a real focus on running this operation at the operation level like a business, but including communication and marketing and customer service. So we are able to really illustrate and articulate and showcase all of the great things that do happen here. Again, that's why I go through a lot of the rhetoric and hyperbole that we heard today. Those are the things that can be distracting or deter people, but they aren't actually occurring. But I wanted to make sure I just verified those items. So thank you for indulging me in that. And thank you for everyone coming. But again, staff, thank you so much for the long days.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. I'm going to make a few comments relative to public comment, reinforce that today's workshop was phenomenal, as all the workshops have been since Superintendent Connor arrived, because it has been a focus on instruction and learning. As a teacher here that served students and families in the Sarasota County community, and a principal, my focus is going to continue to be on instruction and learning, and my decisions will continue to be based on that. I understand that there are some of you that don't like the decisions I've made for change, and I'm going to tell you that I will make those same decisions based on the success of our students, the instruction, celebrating our successes, celebrating the A, but being transparent with the challenges. The A grade camouflages some of the gaps in our district, and I am accountable for every single student. There has not been any progress in 7 years, going on 8 for grade 3 reading, which is the biggest variable for the success of every student. And I'm not going to stand by and be quiet and pretend like that isn't happening. If we have a CEO and leadership that aren't willing to recognize that, or the gaps or the lack of learning over several years with our special education students that have the ability to learn ESE instruction, yes, I'm going to be that voice, and I'm going to represent those students, and I will continue to do so. That's my job, that's what I signed up for, and that's what I've been the passion of my life's career. There was dialogue relative to this board talking about teachers. This board has the highest regard for the teachers in this district. We have collectively put forth 2 years of record-breaking raises and continue to prioritize that to bring quality in. Our superintendent and the staff are engaging teachers in where we're going to make a difference. Customer service in-house and customer service to the community. So ESE instruction, I encourage you to listen to our workshops. A lot of what is being said is in contrast to what's happening. Again, grade 3 reading, overall reading, customer service are going to start to make a difference. And there was talk about not liking the policies that this board is making. We are constitutional officers, and we are under the law to align our policies, our procedures, our systems to the law and to the legislation. We are not the legislators. I encourage you, you certainly can, as you have done, share your dismay or your disagreement with the legislation. I encourage you to take that to Tallahassee, where it will have more impact than in a board in one county. I thank our superintendent, I thank our staff, and I'm proud of our teachers and that they've been able to maintain an A grade over all the years that Florida has had a grade 4 schools and counties from 2004. So we're going to move on with the agenda right now. Superintendent Connor, any additions or corrections to the agenda, please? If you could please hold till the business of, no. If you could please hold till the, if you could hold.
Silenced once again.
You are not silenced. We're going to go forward with the business of the board, Mr. Edwards, and there will certainly be another opportunity for comment. And I look forward to it. Additions and corrections to the agenda, Mr. Connor?
Madam Chair, an addendum was added to item 7, the instructional classified personnel report.
Thank you. Moving on to the business of the board and the agenda, do I have a motion for the amended consent agenda?
I move for approval of the amended consent agenda.
There is a motion and there is a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. And if we could please vote electronically.
I just have a quick question on the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Please.
Item number 12 had come up. I did speak with the superintendent, and as it pertains to the approval between VHS Indian, my little cue came up, so I can't read the whole thing, I apologize. I just wanted to clarify, I know there were some statements, I think some of us received emails, and as it pertained to this issue, is the renewal, it's a renewal agreement, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and can you just speak to, is this unusual? Do we do this with other booster clubs? And there were some, and I want to say broadly, allegations. I don't want to go that far, but my understanding is that was brought to y'all's attention, and there was a review. Can you just address that so that the public is aware that this is?
Sure. So this particular agreement for lacrosse in particular is something that we do for our schools. It is a FHSAA sanctioned sport, but it is fully funded by the booster club. So the contract in and of itself is an agreement to ensure that that program is provided financial support for all aspects of it, with the exception of the coaching supplement, which the district at this time funds. So in terms of some of the concerns with the program, those have been emailed to our staff. We have taken a look. We have reviewed the financial statements of the Booster Club and determined at this point where we stand with that, and also in terms of the issue with the particular coach that in question as well, and what has transpired up to this point. So staff has thoroughly reviewed that, and I am confident in moving forward with this agreement.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for the record. Thank you so much. And I do want to address very quickly, I know there was mention, when it's a personnel matter, I know I can appreciate people, no matter what it is, but people wanting to know more information, but as an employer, we cannot provide detailed information from a privacy matter for any former or current employee. I just wanted to clarify that. It's not that it's falling upon deaf ears, but we have a responsibility as an employer. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Seeing no further comment relative to the consent agenda as amended, please vote. And the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously. Moving on to new business, item number 48. Do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move for approval to initiate litigation against social media companies and to contract with attorneys.
Second.
I have a motion.
And just to clarify, it's to approve the engagement agreement, which will initiate that.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan.
I love it.
I have a motion and a second that the board approve the engagement agreement that will permit the school district to join the class action litigation against various social media entities that allegedly target children. Mrs. Ziegler, you'd like to comment on that?
I already mentioned, I just didn't know for the public if Mr. Connor can speak to this. Is unusual, at least as a board member, I've never engaged, I don't believe, in a class action quite like this, but you provided some historical reference that I think might be valuable to the public.
In terms of the historical reference, I think I may have mentioned through our one-on-ones that in a previous district, the district that I was a part of joined a class action lawsuit with the vaping epidemic. And the district was awarded with hundreds of other districts millions of dollars in order to combat the detriments of what happened with that particular case. So in this case, there is a troubling trend. There's been an increased impact on social media and the mental health of our students. And there's been a lot of resources and time and effort and money that has been designated towards combating the negative effects of that. And so joining this lawsuit would allow us potentially, if we are on the winning side of things, to use those resources to help recoup some of those resources that we've expended over time, and it would not cost the school district anything in terms of joining the lawsuit. So if there was a settlement, any attorney fees or anything that happens related to this contract would be taken out of that portion of the settlement and not any taxpayer dollars.
And just, Madam Chair, just as a follow-up to this issue, as mentioned, I think, to me, I think this is it's a unique situation, but I think we have an opportunity. I think this is a very, very serious issue. I think many of us have mentioned that as well. And we certainly talk about the impact of mental health And I believe social media plays an incredibly large role in that. However, I shared with Mr. Connor that it felt wrong for us to participate in this and not go the extra length, as I mentioned previously, when it comes to our enforcement or policy currently as it is with electronic devices, mostly smartphones. And so not a matter to discuss today, but if we could bring that forward to a future board meeting to evaluate, I would really appreciate it if the board, if I have the majority of the board that believe they would support that as well.
Seeing no further comment, please vote. And agenda item number 48, that the board approve the engagement agreement that will permit the school district to join the class action litigation against various social media entities that allegedly target children, passes unanimously. Item number 49, do I have a motion, please?
I move that the request to advertise revised board policies be approved as presented. And Mr. Duggan, I don't know if I need to read out the policy numbers. So it's policy 2.231, policy 2.261, policy 3.43, policy 4.45, policy 4.60, policy 7.41, policy 9.10, policy 9.30, policy 9.40, and policy 9.50 be approved as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to advertise the revised policies as read by Mrs. Ziegler, and I have a second. Seeing no further comment, please vote. And item number 49, excuse me, to advertise the revised board policies is approved unanimously. Item number 50, under new business, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, move for approval of the purchase of Aptigee for district-wide website administration, teacher, coach, parent, and student communication platform.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? I have a motion and a second that the purchase of Aptigee for 2 years at $447,048 for school year 24-25 and 25-26, including website migration with 3 one-year renewal options for 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29, be approved as presented. Seeing no further discussion, please vote. Wait. And the item passes unanimously. Item number 51, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move approval of the master license agreement between Skyward and the Sarasota County School Board.
Second.
Item number 51, that the agreement with Skyward and the Sarasota County School Board be approved as presented, has a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, please vote. And the item approving the agreement with Skyward and Sarasota County School Board is approved unanimously. Moving on to item number 52. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, approval of the contract between the Museum of Science and Industry and the School Board of Sarasota County to facilitate STEM activities at 8 middle schools.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, and see no request for discussion. Item number 52, that the contract with the Museum of Science and Industry for the second semester of the 23-24 school year be approved as presented. Please vote. And item number 52 is approved unanimously. Agenda item number 53, do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the new job description for Chief of Student Services.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for item number 53, that the Chief of Student Services job description be approved as presented. Mr. Edwards, please.
Mr. Connor, would you just discuss the financial neutrality of this additional spot?
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. To clarify for the public, we currently have an executive director of ESC that is vacant. That position historically has been filled by a very senior member of staff, and when we do the calculation of elevating this position from executive director to a chief level, the cost difference we are proposing, depending on who eventually is hired for that position, will be an actual cost savings to the district. Typically, a chief will come in at a level lower than the two previous positions, people who have filled that role previously. So in terms of that, typically we kind of do a projection is how we budget for these positions, but we did an analysis of what we have actually spent on salary and benefits for this executive director position and what the projection of someone coming in at entry level or even higher obviously would still have considerable savings to the district. And so in terms of financials, that should be the case. It would be cost savings or cost neutral. In terms of, sometimes we know when we approve job descriptions, there's a perception that the district is top heavy and we're continuing to layer on and layer on. That is not the case. Now, although the recommendation that came out of the review did add additional administrative positions, our recommendation is that we not go as far as the review. We do believe that we can elevate this particular position and then redistribute existing positions to actually meet our needs. And so we wouldn't be adding additional people as a result of what was recommended and what you're getting in front of you tonight.
Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Thank you. No, I mean, mine was right in the same vein. I just want to highlight that this is as the superintendent highlighted, this is a part of what came from the ESC report that, and many supporting statements of the restructuring in an effort to better serve our staff and our families from this area. So I am very appreciative and excited.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. I would like to encourage the community that has any questions relative to what the recommendations that Superintendent Connor and his staff are making with exceptional student education to look at the 90-page report. We've had over 7 years with no improvements for instruction and learning with our exceptional student education students. One of my areas that I will not ignore, have not ignored, and is vital and important. Those students have not had any progress in reading. Roughly 70% of our ESE students cannot read at grade level, and that is unacceptable and has not been recognized by the previous two superintendents, in addition to the challenges with grade 3 reading. We listen to the workshop today. We are in an incredibly positive place for instruction and learning. And Mr. Connor, Superintendent Connor, you've earned my respect with your recommendations, with the progress that you've made in 100 days with where we're going with instruction and learning, data-driven, teacher engagement, organizational, instructional excellence. Stay tuned. Great things are abound. Seeing Mr. Edwards, you have a comment, please.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have comments.
I'm sorry, we didn't approve the motion on that, did we?
Well, I understand that Mr. Edwards wants to talk about this particular agenda item.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, let's vote on item number 53, that the Chief of Student Services job description be approved as presented. Please vote.
I already voted.
And agenda item number 53 passes unanimously. Looking at board member comments, Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I had comments that I was reserving for the member comments portion of the evening, which I will get to, but I was silenced when we were still in the member comments portion following up on public comments. I am not accustomed to, I have been accustomed for the last year of being silenced by the board chairs, the previous one, and twice with this one, and I'm not accustomed to that. I've never seen board chairs not acknowledge when a board member wants to speak. And I think that's wrong, and I'll go on the record as having said that. So to go back to the member comment piece before I go to the other piece is that I agree that we have not banned a book, and I'm very proud of that for Sarasota. But I'm not positive that self-censoring is not going on because of the laws, because of the fear of retaliation, because of the fear of termination. This board terminated a superintendent. And so there is morale issues. I asked that question in the workshop. I asked that question that the culture does exist, and I agree that, and it's also why I asked in the workshop today about where teachers are going and when teachers leave, because I know for a fact that we've lost teachers to charter schools in our area, to private schools in our area. I know that for a fact. And so it's not, I don't want to be sitting up here as a board member saying that it's hearsay. I want actual data that when teachers leave, that we actually understand specifically why. And I do think it's Sarasota specific. I do think it's Florida specific, although there is a teacher shortage across the country. I will acknowledge that. But what we've done here in Florida, and I want to point out, when these policies, I approve them. I sit in the workshops and I approve them. I approve them for advertising. Why? Because we do have to follow the law. Many of them I don't agree with, but we have to follow the law, and I seek legal counsel and we approve them. But you know what? Laws are wrong sometimes. I would refer to slavery. I would refer to Jim Crow. I would refer to women's reproductive health. Those are just my personal thoughts, and what I think is being missed is the feedback that the community is giving us is we are not members of FSBA. We are not members of the consortium. We have no voice other than the Sarasota School Board and our lobbying. And they're asking, I believe the community is asking for us to take into consideration that some of these laws might be wrong, and that we as school board members can understand how it affects teacher turnover, how it affects critical thinking in the classrooms. We heard from several students tonight that they're not getting the quality of conversation in their classrooms, and that connects back to me in self-censoring. And so that's what I'm trying to say, and what I was really trying to engage the board in a dialogue, because somewhere along the line we kind of got off of and we went back into the workshop, which I will comment on in the member comments portion. But I just had to say that I'm not comfortable being silenced. When a board member up here puts that button on, they have the right to be heard, whoever it is. And I've heard it often, and I heard it just now when Mrs. Ziegler said, I'd like to just follow up with that. And it's permitted. unless it's Mr. Edwards, and that is unacceptable to me.
Ms. Marinelli,
I'm not done. I still have member comments.
please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Connor, I have been waiting since our chamber breakfast to comment on your 100 days. That was the first day I heard it. I loved it. And as you can see, I had a note at the table, and I wrote down things that hit me as first impressions, and I'd like to share them with you. I know you and I talked about it, and I promised you, that's why I asked you to give that 100-day conversation to the public, because I think they needed to hear it too. And I just want to share my first impressions of your 100 days. I too am very happy that you're here, but off the top, pre-K, we almost lost that. In the termination of the previous superintendent, and our interim superintendent tried to eliminate that. And fortunately, once that was exposed and discussed, the board resurrected that program. And I know it's going to be a financial challenge, but I'm confident that the board is behind early education and pre-K. Mental health support has been something I've been personally behind since I've been here. It's a crisis, whether it's coming from social media, whether it's coming from the pandemic, whether it's comes from lots of different areas that we've seen challenge our students and our staff. It's not just our students, our staff as well have been challenged. You brought up in that conversation, which I was quite thankful for, that social emotional learning had become, and quote, because I wrote it down, a political football. When the statute says that we're responsible for teaching social emotional learning. And I appreciate you dealing with that head on and having that discussion with the public head on, and I'm fully supportive of those kinds of initiatives. Your Hispanic community outreach, welcome music to my ears. I think it's the Hispanic community specifically represents about 25% of our community. It's something I have been asking for a long period of time, and I truly appreciate your embracement of that initiative and look forward to seeing it in the strategic plan. We talked a little bit about this today at the workshop, about the cultural change that I think that has to happen in the school district as it relates to understanding that just under 50% of our community is at or below the poverty line. And poverty, as I said earlier, represents all kinds of learning challenges for teachers, for students, and for families. And I think acknowledging that and bringing it forward and bringing that discussion the way that you did to the chamber breakfast was an important acknowledgement to the community. And lastly, you know how I feel about every youngster graduating with a plan. I've said this since I've been here: enrolled, enlisted, and employed. So those were my first impressions of your 100 days. I love that it's significantly more intricate than just the things that hit me in your first conversation, and I'm appreciative of those pieces that you brought forward. So thank you very much for sharing the 100 days, and I look forward to more workshops like we had today.
Ms. Marinelli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to recognize one of our employees. He's a school social worker, Jim Camello, and I've worked with Jim for many, many years. He was assigned as a social worker to Southside, and then when I was the supervisor of student services, I worked directly with him. And the reason I wanted to bring it, and it's hit him specifically, because the season of sharing that's always been in the Herald Tribune and the partnership with the Community Foundation to help families that are struggling And Mr. Camello's name was mentioned in several of the stories and how appreciative the families were for his help. And that's not to say that all of our social workers do the same thing, but I just wanted to acknowledge that parents were so appreciative of the help and being able to get on their feet, whether if it was for rent or electricity, and getting their kids in school, which is the whole reason that we have school social workers, is to be that bridge for families and children. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I have had the privilege of working with the Community Foundation directly with the Season of Sharing when I was an employee here, and I think it's a very valuable, heartwarming partnership that we have that directly impacts our families. So I just wanted to bring that Jim's name was mentioned several times, and he is, when you think of a school social worker and what they do to help families and the children, it's Jim. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler.
Just one more item. Thank you so much for entertaining. I know it's been a long night. I keep quick. There was a statement about school tours with limited, I don't know if it associates. Again, I want to, because there is a lot of good. There are things that needed to be addressed, and I think it's taken a long time coming, and we are doing it. So I'm going to seize the opportunity to clear the air as far as what is accurate and not accurate as best as possible, because I think it benefits everyone. So I don't need a workshop. I don't think of board members unless you guys do, but it concerned me. I think especially as we talk about enrollment, wanting to showcase our schools, and I know as a parent, having your child or going to the school is very important to make that decision. So can you just let us know if that's actually happening, or what supports are needed to ensure our schools are supported so that families can tour them?
That particular comment actually raised a little bit of a concern for me as well, especially connected to a hiring freeze, I believe.
Well, that's right.
And that we work very diligently as requests come in, as positions are vacated. Those positions, I would say, almost every single time have been filled.
Okay.
So the hiring freeze at this point in the game would really be in concern or related particularly to ESSER-funded positions. When one of those positions is vacated mid-year, we're freezing that because we know we're running into a cliff here.
Right.
In terms of your allocated positions that you generate based on enrollment at your school, those positions are not frozen currently. So we'll dig deeper into that particular, but there should not be an impact to day-to-day operations or school tours, what have you, related to any hiring freeze.
And I don't want to address it directly, but if that person is here or was listening and there was an issue like that, please reach out to the superintendent or us or whatever so that we can ensure that you are able to tour the school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. And one more clarification. There was a dialogue in public comment relative to disagreement with this board or staff or such restricting curriculum or driving curriculum. We don't drive curriculum. Curriculum is mandated through the Department of Education. The materials are adopted through the state, and the resources support those standards and those benchmarks. And as far as students having the ability, again, listen to today's workshop. There was one piece of information, and this is really what we've been hearing from the community over several years, that you want students to be able to think critically. Today, what was shared is that students are able to share their thoughts about the content that they're studying, that we're mandated to teach. They are studying the vocabulary. They're using the vocabulary to show that they understand that content. There's a lot of great things going on relative to reasoning and problem solving. That's the work that you want our students doing. So again, again, appreciate the public comment. And Mr. Edwards, there will always be opportunity for you to share your thoughts. My job as chair, please bear with me, is to drive the business of the board, and that was my priority, but you certainly had an opportunity to exhaust your thoughts, and I appreciate them, and look forward to your patience as I chair the business of the board. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Seeing no further comments, we're going to adjourn this meeting, and our next regularly scheduled board meeting is February 6th at 6 o'clock. We are adjourned. Thank you.